2022. Since I said all that, we'll just continue right on. Up first, we have Public Works Director, Engineer Gordon Kelsey.
Morning.
Good morning.
We have a couple items on your consent agenda. The first one is agreement, local agency agreement for professional services, and this is our on-call for environmental services with Skillings Conley out of Olympia, Lacey area. The second one is our contract and bond for the Courtney Road project with James Dean Construction. Item number 8 is an agreement with the Conservation District for the Sadus Pass radio site. And item number 9 is the matter of request to temporarily close Courtney Road for the reconstruction of that upper portion. And so I handed out a map. I think last time we had the area that we were going to notify. This is actually the area of the closure.
Yes.
And this is what's attached to the closure request. So it shows those limits. The only county road that we have within these limits is Atwood, which is, it dead ends shortly east of its connection with Courtney. And there are very few people that live in that section.
Mm-hmm. While the closure goes a little bit past the dirt section, you have to have a good place to turn around.
So everybody that lives there will have access, but the general public will not. And so we've also contacted the Forest Service. Yes. Because Atwood Road is a location for cyclists to get off and come down the trail. So.
And I talked with the Gorge Flyers and Kiters, the groups that paraglide, and they're not exactly excited and thrilled, but they can't wait for the road to be better. And so I'm going to try to work with them and maybe find a way for them to get in up off of Ramsey, see if we can make some sort of a deal there, just because usually they don't want them walking through there, but now they're kind of stuck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. People may do some things anyway.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we have a couple of payments. One is to Pacific Northwest Environmental in the amount of $37,175.44. And that's for the asbestos abatement in the courthouse. We have pay estimate for Southern Folger, and this is the final. This is for the door replacement, or replacing the guts of the door. The mechanical function of it in the jail. And that's for $10,235.68.
And did I see that you guys changed the estimate from 40,000 to 50,000 for the asbestos cleanup? Was that in when I was going through everything?
I don't know. I'd have to look at it. I don't think we changed it. I think that's what it was.
Was it 50 to begin with?
I think so, yes.
But I don't think
but
that's
we
what
didn't. We ended up only
yeah.
using 38,000.
I didn't know if there was another one gonna pop up at the end.
There is another one coming up, but that's not part of the small works, or part of the non-capital. That'll be Annex 1 with the building.
The MP project.
Okay, yeah. Current contract amount 50,000, amount today 37,000. And then it says the original contract amount was 42,249.
Right, that's because there was a change order, so that raised the total cost of the contract. However, the change order actually reduced a portion of the contract.
Okay.
Too. So we negotiated it, but we ended up raising it because that kind of lifted the seal once we signed that. But we actually ended up under that. We knew we would.
Yes.
How much more abatement do we have over there in the courthouse, period?
We have the jury room, and where the judge sits, the chambers, and then we have some more pipe lagging. That's pretty much it. Probably one more project will finally empty out the courthouse
Of asbestos.
Asbestos. Been a long haul.
It has been. Yeah, a little at a time. That's how we've tackled it. Okay, on the construction side, our signing and guideposts, that's a federal funded project. We're gonna restart work on that one on the 11th of April. Roosevelt Grade Road, the paving, the final cleanup work on that is planned to be restarted at the end of the month, the week of March 28th. And Courtney Road, we talked about the closure from April 4th to October 15th, and the open house, which I didn't write down.
Yes, it's the 23rd from 6 to 7 in the White Salmon Room. We actually do, but it's no formal presentation. We just set up tables. People can come around, walk around. We have one person that just describes the project in detail. Mainly that's for the people that live in the project, how they're developed, you know, how their access is going to be. And then there's one or two of the rest of us that kind of just field general questions of how, what's going to happen, how we're going to get in. I reached out to the Forest Service. They may or may not have somebody there. They haven't decided yet. Their public relations person might come. But they are going to advertise on their website that it's closed.
All right, so Klickitat Path, we have an open house scheduled for that in April. I didn't write down the date.
I want to say the 11th, but I'm not sure. We'll have that maybe next
Yeah.
week.
So that's coming up. So
Yes.
just to give the citizens down there an update on where and when our project will actually take place. The state's talked to them a lot about their plans to extend past and beyond what we have planned. But we haven't met and talked about it for a while, so.
Yeah, we typically do 2 open houses on each project. One when we're doing on a bigger project, one for the design, and then one when we get the contractor on board. We actually have a schedule to let people know that yes, the project is coming. This is how it'll impact.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
will the contractor be at the open house?
No,
Oh, okay.
contractors do not like the open
Well,
house.
I know they don't like them, but it is, we've had them there in the past before. I'm thinking of the, down in Klickitat, the last, when we were doing we're up over the hill.
Yes, we give them.
Seems like they were there just so that it was not that they didn't make a presentation, they didn't do anything, but it was kind of like during construction, they had their folk, you know, somebody there that was, because there's obviously some interaction with the contractor on the ground when, especially with these closures, that I just think it's a good idea. I understand it's bad. It's not a requirement, it's not, but I would.
The contractors reached out to, they typically, they typically don't like to come, like you know.
Right.
They've come to some of them, the one, you're right, that was
Right.
the last one, and they kind of stayed off. In the
Right, they were
background.
off the side.
And they
but
really
were-
wanted to see what the impact was so they could, you know, basically, and they told us at the end, we just wanted to get a feel, because if it was going to impact us, we were going to hold the hand out to you guys.
Sure.
We're like, okay, well, if that's the case, we prefer you don't come.
Right? Okay.
But typically what we try to do is let the people know that we're going to be there to support you. Come to the county first.
Okay.
Because the last thing I want them to do is to go to the contractor and go, I don't really like my approach this way. Can you change it?
Right.
And then the contractor says, sure. And then here we come with the
We get
hand
to
again.
bill.
Right. Yeah. I was thinking more just the logistics of the
Yes.
closure and that kind of stuff. So there was a human that they knew. But I do like I appreciate that really they should be coming to us and then we're the interaction with the contractor. But I just know, having lived through a couple of these personally, it's not a bad thing to
No,
have
it's not.
have a relationship with the folks on the ground.
And the contractor has gone around to the people that live there and handed out their business card and said, look, if you have any issues, call me. You know, we prefer they call the inspector
Right.
because then, you
We
know,
know.
we know too
Yeah.
what's going on. But no, the contractors are pretty good about it, but they definitely don't like to be in the limelight.
Okay, parking lots, we're wrapping up our design so we can advertise those in May for around the buildings here. We're also putting together our annual small works guardrail project to repair the damage from winter to those guardrail ends. So the stuff with the rail, the main rail, we can take care of. We just can't tackle and replace the ends, the terminal ends. You have to be certified. So. We have a bridge call for projects, so federal funding will be available. This year, it's a 2-year, beginning of the 2-year cycle. And it's 100% funding, which is good. And so we have several projects that we might look at. So one of them is a bundled project, so small minor repairs to a group of bridges that need work. We also have Northwestern Lake Bridge. When the dam was removed, we had the substructure all redone. Superstructure remained the same, and so the top concrete on the curb, and there's a small sidewalk, and then the railing is old and should be rehabilitated at some point. Whether or not we can get funding for these, it's competitive, and so we'll see, but it's 100% funding. As well as the Ireland Bridge, which is on Hochter Road over Swale Creek, and this is the one where we have the load limit. So we have an abutment that has moved in the past. Why, we're not 100% sure. And then there's also this last inspection that happened this last fall. They noted a crack in one of the girders. And so we'll have a planning type project to kind of look at and see what's going on and come up with a project. So it'll be ready for the next cycle of grant funding to repair. Right now, heavy loads have to detour around either on Bickleton Highway out to Fenton to kind of make a big loop to get there. And then tall, because we have a limit because of the state highway on Bickleton Highway. If they're tall loads, then they have to get permission from Tony Riley to cut across over to Collins Road and head out that way. So right now there's a workaround, but eventually we need to fix the bridge and get rid of that restriction.
Does this call for projects wide ranging? I mean, we have bridges on our 6-year transportation plan. Are those bridges listed here? Or are
No.
those separate bridges?
Separate. Yeah, so the federal funding, you have to fit into this category.
And the ones we have over there don't
No,
fit
they
into this
don't.
category.
No,
Good answer.
yeah. So we tackle what we can or get funded those repairs that we can on this program, and then the other ones, those are up to us. The last one is the BZ Glenwood Highway at Outlet Creek. So we have a cracked abutment, and the bridge is 60 plus years old. So it's an older structure, and we're gonna look at either repair or replacement for that one. So one of the two. But it's old, so it probably has maybe 25 years, maybe longer. In our environment, our structures last a long time, so that's good for us. The ones on the west side they are a little bit more subjected to the elements, but when you move east, it's pretty easy on concrete and steel.
Where do we rate as far as number of bridges in our county versus other counties?
We have
Or above average or below average?
probably below average.
Because
Yeah.
once you hit the west side,
Yeah,
there's every.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stream and a creek
And well, they've
everywhere.
got more
Yeah.
culverts too. They have more
Yes.
culverts. They have more water. So
Yes.
is the bridge on Outlet Creek, is that just to the east there of the old pond?
It's just north of where Lakeside connects.
North of Lakes.
Yeah, I was trying to place it in my head. I'm not familiar. Like, I don't even think
Yeah, it's maybe a
There's a
quarter
bridge
mile
on
from
that.
Lakeside.
Yeah.
Okay, so the BZ Glenwood. So before, right due east of town, huh?
On, It'd be south of town, south of
So
Glenwood.
it's on BZ Glen and it's on the
Yeah.
outlet.
Yeah,
I think
so
of
outlet,
going.
yeah, it wraps
from the-
way around toward, to the west.
To the west, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, almost over
I
to
don't think
Laurel
of it as
Road.
Outlet Creek till it's east.
Right.
East,
And
yeah.
it goes
Yeah.
off to the east. That's why I was thinking on the highway when you're coming in, it's like, there is a.
So is it this, right in here?
Down, way down.
So it's
It's the
south and
southern
west.
boundary of the
Yes.
refuge. Yeah, south and west.
Yeah.
Oh, there, that's it.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
the,
okay.
it's the drainage ditch going
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people forget
Oh.
about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a bridge there, yeah. It's not much of it.
No.
Well, I was looking at,
It's underwater part of the time.
Yep.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's another one on the list, and like I said, you know, you have to package your stuff so you're competitive, because it is a competitive program.
Mhm.
And I think there's more dollars available now because of the federal increase in funding to this program. But we'll see. But we have work to do, and so we'll try and get some of those dollars to do the work. Let's see.
So is
Still-
it competitive statewide or national? Like, how do they break it down?
Both, but we have a pot of money allocated for Washington State, and so that for us is our,
And do we usually get something out of it?
usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've painted several bridges and done some replacements. I think we've replaced 3 bridges since I've been
Yeah.
here with those dollars. So
Okay. And is it
And
an
rehab several.
every year or is it every other?
every
year?
2 years.
2 years, yeah.
Do they pick your project for you, or do they say, okay, you can have one of these, rank them?
No, you have
No.
to look at your list and figure out which one's gonna score the best.
And then you submit,
You
and they
submit, yeah.
decide if you.
So
are
you're
good.
kind of ranking which one's gonna score the best?
Yes.
Yeah. Maintenance side of our department, our crews are still sweeping sand. It'll last for several weeks. Still cleaning Lytle grade, the ditches there. There's a lot of material in those ditches that come down every year. On the west side, we're sweeping and removing roadside brush. They are still grading on the east side, but west side, it's a little wet. So we're kind of entering the rainy cycle, and hopefully that doesn't mean any flooding.
Are you doing lots of brushing on the west side, it looks like?
Yeah,
Mhm.
which is good. It needs it.
Yes.
It needs it.
Yeah. Okay, the building, we start this week pumping the water out, and next week we'll fill the hole. And then the week of the 4th of April is when the contractor remobes in to actually finish the front parking lot and the rest of their work. So that'll be good. So we'll end up with a little more parking as well in front of the courthouse.
A little more finished look too, so.
Yeah, that too.
Yes.
That'll be nice. Let's see. Still have to get the flooring contractor back out here to finish their punch. Let's see, the contractor has, the engineer came out and has a list of work for the contractor on the HVAC that they don't feel is finished yet. So hopefully when that's complete, then we'll have most of the bugs worked out of the system. And then the remainder, they'll have to figure out something different. So that'll be the engineer, back to the engineer. Minor painting, the HR and weed office space is slowly getting complete. I was notified that the doors that we have been waiting for will not be here until April. So a couple more weeks yet. Closer, we're
Yep.
closer. And then the city scheduled the hearing for Grant Street vacation, our request on the 4th of April. So they'll have a hearing and see what the citizens and the people of the community have to say. We're getting closer to installing our HVAC units. So we'll get some slack weather eventually, and that'll be the time to do it. We have the equipment.
See this pass, saw we have the agreement on. I will have the information next week for you of the two options that we've come up with of how to actually construct the site or what goes in the site. I'm still waiting for one or two more items to finalize. So I'll have all the costs or approximate costs. We're actually meeting with our electrical contractor and PUD on site tomorrow to talk about getting power there. We did secure one of the transformers, which are like gold right now.
How did you pull that one off? Jumped the line, didn't you?
Well, kind of. So that's good because next delivery I hear is December. It was originally July, but somehow or another that got shoved off. So
I thought it was April to start.
it was in April, and now that's the one of the ones we'll get. Those are all spoken for, I hear.
All spoken.
Almost
Yes,
all.
almost all.
Scary.
It is scary. So we have to have because to actually secure them and to have your name on them, you have to have temporary service or something that for them to hook into. They don't want to, well, it could happen because somebody else will move in front and go, well, we're ready. It is happening. So we're going to get our guys to set that up so we get the transformer. That will not delay us for starting construction.
Did they tell you how many they had left?
No, I can ask tomorrow.
Would you?
I will.
Because, I mean, on the backside, we have to plan for building permits, and if there's no transformers, there's no building
Yeah,
permits.
right.
And so we need to know that. Could have a huge impact on our revenues.
Yeah, it's, everything's like that these days.
There's a lot of building permits right now.
All right, we have a couple issues on the follow-up. First one is a request to refill our maintenance tech that was our weed vegetation management / snowplow operator, moved into the position that was vacated on the crew. And so we need to refill this other spot again. So with your permission, we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I talked to RCO. Actually, I ended up calling Marguerite. She was telling me the sun's going down. And I'm like, okay, are we in the same state? Evidently, we were not. She was in the Florida Keys.
Oh, which I think sunset's a big deal.
Yes, evidently it is, because I didn't really see the greatness of it here.
Not to not answer the phone call.
Yeah, but anyway, I've worked with Marguerite in the past. She's the manager for all the grants. Everybody works for her. And they actually, because their current park grant does not allow for a planning phase. But they have a new program that was just passed from legislature. They got $2.5 million. And she's putting it together. They call it Recreation Equity Grant Program. And she said it would be perfect for a planning. She said she told me I'm the first one that actually reached out to her because they were trying to figure out what to do with this money. Because they were. Oh, yeah,
right.
And I said, well, I don't think we need $2.5 million of it. She said, well, you're not going to get it anyway. So, but
That's only for planning?
I don't know. They're still setting, but she said it would be good for planning. Because
Okay.
I explained to her, we have this park property. We don't really have a plan of what we'd want to do in the future. We're not even sure. So it's not like she's, well, then you can't get our other grants. I said, I didn't think so. We have to, but she said this would be perfect for that. And they haven't decided where the match would be. because it's planning, it could be 100% they pay, but I don't know. We'll find out.
Right.
I said, well, I'll talk.
But typically don't planning grants, the match is much lower than the, the
Yes.
50/50 on the construction grants.
Exactly. And they do want a big public output, or input on that. So, and I said, well, no, they're a very vocal community. They very
Oh, Dallasport? No.
Involved.
involved. And so she did say it's
Probably
a
some
good,
on right now. So sorry, go ahead. You know it. It's Dave S. at klickitatcounty.org.
but if you want, I can go ahead. She said, send me an email and say that you are interested in the program. She's hoping to get it written and put together to actually go out in June.
So are you thinking this for the triangle piece, or what are you thinking?
Whatever, as far as
Got
the,
those
because we have the two parcels in there. I was in Dallasport Thursday night for their community council meeting, so that prompted the conversation as far as what was even out there, because had an earlier conversation, because it's public, it's facilities land as far as, and it's like, seems like Public Works should be in the loop with discussions about it. So it was, typically RCO doesn't fund planning processes. It's after you already know what you want to do, you go and ask. So this is good news.
It
It's
is.
at least, so I would hope that we would at least want to explore it if it's a new thing, and maybe it's, maybe there's some opportunity for other stuff that we have too, beyond Dallasport is what I mean. So, okay.
Yeah, if you want, I'll send her an email, and because we'll find out. At least gets us on the list and gets us to the front of the pack. It's always nice to be the head. We can always say no later on too.
Okay, are we okay with that?
I just wanted to make sure we're looking at, so just the Dallasport parcels and parks, or are we thinking larger than that for how we apply?
I actually was hoping during board pending today to have a discussion about kind of more the portfolio of stuff. I had some that's kind of grown out of both our meeting in Klickitat with the mill site, and then the one I had on Thursday in Dallasport. So I don't know.
I don't have to be specific at this time. I'm just
Okay.
going to mention the program, tell them that, we're interested in the program and that we would like to, have some input on.
Right. Yeah.
And then, because she asked me if I wanted to help write that, and I'm like, well, it depends. I don't know that I want to spend that kind of time, but again,
Of course, you are burnishing your reputation with these again, that you can get the head of the thing to answer your call in the Florida Keys. It's just, again, yeah, you've got some secret that like, I don't know if it's photographic evidence or it's been very helpful to us at Klickitat County. So,
I told her I'd be more, because then it gets us at the head of the table, and we always want it. If you
Right,
make the rules, it makes it much easier for it to
yeah.
work for you.
yes, this is eligible for counties, over 20,000 and under
Under
23,000.
At 100%.
At 100%, right. I like that.
Continue, gentlemen.
That's it for
I
us.
got one more,
Oh.
sorry. Jeff's gonna come in today, and I updated him on the estimate for doing the sound and the dispatch. It's $25,000, but I want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and I told this to Jeff. It's not to put a drop ceiling in. That would be a lot more expensive, because then you got to lower everything and figure out what you're going to do with the fire suppression system and all that. This is to put rock wool, I keep calling it wall, rock wool insulation.
That would work also.
Yes.
It's literally covering the walls with this insulation, or is this
It's just
hanging
in the
stuff?
ceiling.
Just the ceiling.
So you're not hanging things like down in the break room?
No, and it's
Or
just in
under
the
break room.
dispatch area. And if anybody that's been in the firearms range, if you looked in the ceiling, that's what it would look like. It provides, it's opposite of the firearms prevents, we have it so that the sound doesn't go out of the roof of the building. This will prevent the sound from coming in. And I told Jeff, it'll be about 90 to 95% effective. I mean, because you're not gonna be able to get it, you're only gonna be able to get it, there'll be certain spots the sound may get through, but it'll be a lot better, and this is definitely the way to kind of step it instead of jumping into a drop ceiling, which is probably 100,000 or more.
Out
Well,
of
you'd
my
have to
budget.
do this anyway.
Yeah, you'd have to do this
insulate
anyway,
it.
so this isn't a waste.
And this'll solve the problem.
Yes,
It just won't look as nice as what's there now.
right.
Can't see when you look up anyways.
So we'll either use or use some sort of batten, or actually the best thing that works is the hog panels to hold it in place.
Really? Hmm. Okay. How did Jeff respond to that? You talked-
He was okay with it.
Anything helps?
No, he was fine. That's it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions? All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Thank you.
Next, we will have the department update from Economic Development and Natural Resources, Dave McClure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's maybe let Whitney start out and go through what she's got going on.
Yeah, good morning. So on the natural resources side of the house, for our salmon recovery lead entity, we're beginning our grant round process. It's now underway. We've advertised for the grant round and we're recruiting project sponsors. RCO has updated us that we have the same allocation as we had last year. We were hoping for an increase because there was money coming down from the federal level, but that didn't go to the local grant round. It went to a targeted investment process that they're running. So same amount as last year, which is $670,800 for local projects this year. We'll be presenting projects to our different committees in April. We'll be doing site tours for those projects in May. And then we will have ranking meetings to decide which projects we recommend for funding in June.
Are you hoping to do your site tours virtual or in person this
We're
year?
hoping in person. It kind of depends on the projects and if we can, a lot of people are still not comfortable carpooling. So we'd have to caravan to the project sites.
We do all the time.
Yeah, so as long as we have parking, we're trying to do it in person, which I think everybody is excited about, to get off of Zoom, get back to in person. And other lead entity news on our Citizens Review Committee, one of our environmental representatives has stepped down. And so we'll be recruiting to fill that position on the committee. We likely won't fill the position until after the grant round is done, just because trying to do it simultaneously gets messy. We don't know if they're up to speed on projects, so we'll be recruiting for that position shortly. Any questions on the lead entity process?
Just one,
So the local projects, is that only in Klickitat County, or does our region extend into Skamania, part of Skamania?
It extends into part of Skamania, Benton, and Yakima counties.
Oh.
So yeah, it's water resource inventory areas 29, 30, and 31.
Okay.
So it extends a bit beyond.
I
the
thought, that's
county
what I was
boundary.
thinking, it was the resource areas.
29B.
B,
29B.
B, not A.
Yeah, 29B.
But are all the projects under consideration currently in Klickitat County?
Yes.
Well, as it
Nothing up
should
on the-
be.
Nothing up on the reservation.
Not that I've heard of. They're still debating some projects, but
Okay.
right now, the ones they think they're gonna bring forward is within the county.
Right.
Yep. So moving on to Dry Butler, we're finalizing our grant amendment with Ecology. We're hoping to get their signature on that soon. And then we'll be updating our intergovernmental agreement with the Conservation District to reflect that change, as well as Lauren's request last week to support their water quality monitoring software upgrade. So you'll see that coming across your desk soon. The district is having a staff departure, so they're working to fill that position, but they've trained one of their other staff members to maintain the water quality monitoring. contract that we have, so we don't expect any data gaps for this grant, which is good because it's been delayed before, so we're hoping that we can continue on track. For the Simcoe Coordinated Resource Management Plan process, we held our first meeting last month. It was kind of a reboot of the process, which stalled out a few years ago. The takeaway from the meeting is the conservation districts are clarifying their role with WDFW. They've requested to be co-managers of those lands, and they've specifically requested that the Fish and Wildlife Department transfer their grazing and timber rights to the district for the district to manage. So WDFW is looking into that and how that would work, and we have a meeting on Thursday, so we should hear an update then.
Time's the Thursday meeting?
10 to 2, and it's
Okay.
downstairs.
Yeah, we'll be in here, so enjoy.
Jog down if you feel like
We
it.
might hear it.
Yeah.
You might hear us.
Yeah, there you go. We can compete.
Keep it down.
The next thing is on water supply generally. We're getting some moisture now, which is great. But as you know, January and February were pretty dry. So our snowpack and the Klickitat Basin is at 83% of average for snow water equivalent as of yesterday. So it would require a fair amount of precipitation in March for us to get to normal. And then on the drier, less snowpack dependent sides of the county, we're not expecting to get out of drought conditions. So just an update for where we're headed into the drier part of the year. Ecology doesn't anticipate that, especially the eastern side of the county and eastern side of Washington, will get out of drought conditions. So they will decide in June whether to extend their current drought emergency declaration.
You know, we have the Snowtel monitoring station, county sponsors and the Simcoes, and the Yakima Nation Fisheries also sponsors one up there. I think those stations are used to provide information, not only for this side of the Simcoes, but over in the Sadis drainage. And the last, presentation from the drought folks at the Department of Ecology showed like an extreme drought in Sadis, but more moderate drought here in this basin. I think that's just because we're being tied in with the Cascades and the snowpack there. So I'm looking at maybe asking them, if you have this more, recognizing the more extreme drought conditions there, maybe take a look at the data and the sources of data, and perhaps that could be, we could get this segregated from the rest of the Klickitat drainage so they can maybe do a declaration here.
And on Thursday, are you, Dave, gonna go to the meeting downstairs? Because there's also the Columbia River County's caucus at 9, and I know you'll be downstairs. Is that?
What have I got Thursday?
Thursday's a popular day this week for some reason.
It is a very popular week.
I've got the caucus meeting on my calendar, so.
Perfect.
All right, and then the last thing is a hybrid between natural resources and economic development, and that's the Klickitat Mill site. So we held a community meeting in early March, and thanks Commissioner Sauter for attending. We sent you a follow-up from that meeting, but it was well attended. There was about 25 people there, I think, from the community and from other partners like state parks. And the general takeaway that we heard was that people are still interested in something happening on the site, changing it to have it benefit the community. And there is interest in the county staying involved in the process to help realize benefits for the community. So we're following up internally.
Did you say this is going to come up again later this afternoon?
I would say, yeah, potentially as far as the kind of the planning process. So during board pending, if the chair is.
Okay, should we come back, maybe if that discussion is going to happen? I think there
Yeah.
needs to be, we need to do a lot of internal talking on where we're going with that, how, and our approach on that.
Need a lot of external talking too, 'cause
Too,
I would like to know what the hell's going on with the project that's happening in the county.
So yeah, we will add that to board pending.
Yep.
Unless you'd rather do it now.
Yeah, I mean, if there's, I mean, I'll defer.
We'll defer
So-
till you guys get done
Okay.
with Richard.
So I'm not one that uses board pending a lot, comparatively speaking.
All right,
I'll defer to the chair.
okay.
That's it on the natural resources.
Anything
side.
on anything else on natural resources? Questions?
Not that I have. Either you gentlemen? Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Read out staff here. Richard, charge away with your list.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. So some things that have occurred over the last 5 weeks, since our last board update. Some folks out of the Snowden and Houston, BZ folks out there had reached out asking for some assistance in researching for broadband opportunities out there. In regards to the federal EDA grant, we're still moving forward with that. I was at the airport board meeting this morning. We're looking at the last bit of that, which is gonna be the coordination with the FAA. Hopefully that's gonna be tied up within the next week, and then I can get an updated timeframe on basically our next to-dos with the federal EDA, so we can hopefully wrap this up sooner rather than later. Park funding, there's been, as I mentioned in the last update, a lot of talk on park funding. I believe Commissioner Christopher was with the city of Goldendale. They're going to be creating a subcommittee. I'm going to be on the subcommittee moving forward. I've spoken to just a couple of the subcommittee members here in town on kind of what some of their ideas, just kind of seeing what's out there. So that's here in Goldendale. The Friends of White Salmon Bluff had presented to SEEK, our major nonprofit here in the county. And they're looking at doing a loop trail in white salmon. Of interest to me what was interesting was they weren't seeking any federal or state or any sort of government funding in that regard, but they're looking at doing a big loop trail system there in white salmon.
On the bluff?
On the bluff. with no government funding. So I was like, interesting. But that's what they presented. I'm not sure what it's going to look like as we move forward. And I'm not sure I still need to do some research because that's the first time I'd seen that presentation on kind of what's going to make up that portion of that community project.
Please.
What, I'm curious, and maybe who was the, Friends of the White Salmon Bluff Trail Loop? Who were the presenters, as far as do you recall?
One gentleman by the name of Patrick. And that's all I remember off the top of my head. It just
You're not
occurred
aware
yesterday.
of any?
It just happened yesterday.
Okay.
So, but that being said, what's interesting to me is there's been, I know the mayor has brought up the funicular trail and the mayors there have been talking about a trail between Bingen and White Salmon.
Right.
And so just in regards to parks between the county-owned property, that 5-acre parcel, what's happening out there in White Salmon and Bingen, what's happening out here in Goldendale, there's been a big shift in the last few months, clearly from COVID to parks and community development. So speaking of Bingen, as you gentlemen probably already know, we have a new mayor down there in Bingen, but we've also got a new city manager. I went down there, had a meeting with them, and we're going to be pursuing starting to create kind of a path forward for their community center that they have down there that they've had listed on our infrastructure project list for quite some time, and seeing what that might entail. And so we're trying to figure that piece out. So that's promising. In regards to business retention and expansion / startups, we have a small restaurant startup out there in Alderdale. And so we refer them to our SBDC. So Lorena should already be engaged with that, if not soon. Community Development Project Fund. So we had a couple of requests last year that had kind of fell off the table, coming back on the table, so to speak. And that includes the Lowell Grange Hall. And then the other one of note is going to be the Klickitat Fire District. So Tim, the new fire chief, was going to come to us with a good ask this last year, but he wanted to do a re-inventory of his assets, figure out exactly what he had for his assets. And so I spoke to him recently, and he's going to be coming probably with an ask for the community development project funds in preparation for the next fire season. So just FYI,
Have you heard from Cemetery District 1 from White Salmon yet?
I have not.
Okay, they'll be contacting you.
Okay. And then childcare. Lorena is going to be finishing up with that soon. We're just going to get just a few small pieces together, and then she's going to be kicking off those training sessions here in about a month. So that's a pretty intensive process. We've reached out, Commerce is tracking on this, and DCYF is also tracking on this. So if there is any sort of funding opportunities in regards to childcare facilities and stuff like that, Commerce is already tracking on the county's efforts and everything that the county's been trying to do to help alleviate our childcare concerns here locally. So
Just a note on that, she's nearly done with the training course materials. So right now we're trying to coordinate a meeting, probably the 23rd or 24th of this month, a conference call, involve people that are entertaining opening a childcare business or, and try to use that to maybe make her some finer calibrations on what's needed for training. So that's coming up. So if you know someone we should be reaching out to that may be interested in participating in that call, let me know.
And then the last couple bits was the Port of Klickitat. They're in the midst of their final stage of signing a new tenant. And they've already met with a couple, because of that signing, that agreement that they're trying to do, they've already met with a couple other clients that are also interested in another additional building down there at the industrial park. And the port has, the director, Margie, has reached out. So we're going to be trying to assist her as well on looking at additional funding opportunities that are out there. For instance, like the federal EDA grant that we're trying to do at the Columbia Gorge Regional Airport, just trying to see what might fit down there. So that's very early. And then the last two things is the last thing is going to be, there's a grant for Impact Washington. Impact Washington reached out this last week. And so Impact Washington, what they do is they assist manufacturers with becoming more lean and assist them in their manufacturing processes so that they can obtain a greater bottom line. And so we're going to be assisting them in getting them business clients and stuff like that. And that's a Washington State program. So, and then that's everything.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I know the local work source was working on CDL licenses. Any update on that?
So I actually have that written down. We talked about it this morning. You got a very good memory there, Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
Yes. So that was something I brought up this last board meeting. I have not reached out to all the different all the 14 different fire districts that we have. You had mentioned that trying to pursue that. I haven't done that yet. I have reached out to Republic. They are interested in pursuing it. They do have some bodies that they can put in there. This next week I have a meeting with WorkSource, and so they've got a new person that does the workforce development. And so I'm going to be going up there specifically just for the CDL training to make sure that, just on the paperwork side, to make sure that whatever we utilize for grant match and in-kind services, that we can count towards that. So yes, that's
Still moving.
Yes, it's still moving, and it's high up on my list. I didn't want to bring it up because I haven't spoke to all the different fire districts yet in that regard. So,
Well, I'm sorry for
yeah.
bringing it up.
No worries.
I just haven't heard in a while, so I was curious if it died.
That's it. Any other questions?
Any other questions? No, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Well, you got me, so thanks.
Well, that was easy for me.
You do have plenty.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
No, other than thank you. See you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Could have probably had a big, long 45-minute discussion there.
That's what I was thinking. Anything you gentlemen would like to talk about?
I've been invited over again, the ongoing with the Tribal Housing Authority meeting tomorrow.
Is the wish room,
Yeah, the project, because they have 2 families have moved in now, and this is just their, I think, following up that they said they wanted to build better communication, and when people started moving in, they would have a discussion. So I did reach out, I extended the invitation to the school and the fire district, and so they are the school, they're, as they have, we've always gone, all of us have gone over and met with them, so that's tomorrow. So as I was explaining to the clerk, it's the timing's not optimal for me. I have a hole in the side of my house, but of my own making or of my Sawzall's making, but nothing structural. If building department's listening, it's fine.
Well, it's been raining sideways, so.
Yeah,
depends on which side then.
yeah, yeah. So that's all I have at this point.
I'd just say, with the legislature being over, the bridge authority legislation has passed both sides. We are gonna be starting and kicking off that next process of designing and creating that entity. And that's gonna take us probably a year of going back and forth between all the different organizations and setting everything up. I think it should be able to be done faster, but it'll take what it takes. With that though, with the transportation package that was put forward, Senator King, while voting no on it, still has $75 million carve out for the design and for the future construction of the bridge. And so we needed at least 20 million in order to start 30% designs on the bridge. And that was where, we're down there on money to be able to go forward. And so that is now in the realm of possibility for getting design. So our first order of business, we're gonna go out for the RBMC, which is the owner's representative for the organization, that will be getting hired in the next couple of months. And then from there, they will work together with us for getting that design contract out the door. And then once design starts, it's off to the races. Our big thing now is it's going to be creating the organization and raising the rest of the dollars. I mean,
What is the plan? Is it for another drawbridge or
no,
a taller span to not have a drawbridge?
it'll be taller in the middle, so there's no drawbridge. I mean, just replacing those cables
I know.
is going to be a couple $1 million.
I say, but the other way kind of scares me too. I don't know if you guys are too familiar with the I-5 bridge project down there that they were going to do, and they took the broad drawbridge out and raised the bridge, but not high enough to meet Coast Guard standards. So the $2.5 million design got thrown out, and they had to do it again. And so they lifted it up like 3 feet, but again, not high enough. So that got thrown out, and the guy got paid for a third time to draw the damn plans to get the bridge the right height. So hopefully we're better than they are, and we can get it done on the first pass.
Well, I can tell you that $3 million on the I-5 bridge is not enough for your designs. That's really just conceptual designs
Right.
at those prices.
What are they gonna do with pilings? Have you had any, because one of the big problems was them running into the bridge supports.
So it'll be a wider span so that
Pilings farther away
Yeah,
and
it'll
maybe
be
some Jersey barrier type thing out there so
it'll
they
be
can't hit
a
it.
much wider span, and then, because that's really narrow through there for most barge traffic. It's the scariest thing on the river. But yeah, it'll be wider with this, singular mono, and we're looking at 2 different styles of how it's gonna actually get built. One of them's a cantilever design, so they
Right,
do the piling and then they build like this off each
right,
side.
right, right.
But it's, it'll be interesting. Lots and lots of money. So that's the big update there. I mean, it was a resounding success all the way across. I mean, it was for legislation for us. But I mean, Senator King wanted 150 million, but we got 75. And that's still a good start, because once you're 75 in, well, you're gonna probably have to throw the other 75 in. You just don't want to do it all at once.
There was a bone in the ring for Oregon.
Yeah, it definitely pushes Oregon to have to step up too.
Interesting.
Is there still discussion with the board members about the eventual, like P3 or?
So that comes up regularly, especially on the Oregon side.
Right,
about
that
a
was in Oregon.
P3. And so that comes down to, is it gonna be a design build or is it gonna be design and then build? So if you do a design build, the problem is you wanna have all the money available at the front. And you do say you're gonna design it and build it and go from there. The problem is it'll probably be 2025 before we have all the funding in place. And so we'll likely do the design and then like for a P3, usually the P3 would come in and do everything. They would do the design, the build, the owners represent, all that stuff. Where now it's to the point where the only thing and usually the P3s will bring maybe 10% of the money themselves. Everything else you have to come up with. Well, on that 10%, they make a hefty
Yeah.
amount of money. Where I continue to get further and further away from the P3 because if we're paying for what a P3 would do by
Then
what's the benefit? I mean,
But I know there was pretty strong support.
and Senator King did a really good job of tamping down that because Washington legislature does not have a strong P3 belief for a long time. And so if you want more than the 75,
Well, right, I mean, it's.
Particularly difficult when they're writing checks, as far as the public is writing checks. That's like, well, why are we giving equity away
to a private company.
to a private company that doesn't, we've got a bunch of skin in the game. Where's yours? So, well, good. Well, I hope the debate was fairly settled, but there was always the crack was left. So I was
Well,
just
the
kind of
crack is-
curious if the crack, I'm sure the crack is still there. So,
I figured the majority of that crack was because they never thought money was coming. So
right,
P3
it
would be
was
the only
only an
option.
option, right?
Now that there might be another option, yeah, I'm like you. I'm thinking the P3 people would go away.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's my big update there.
Good news.
And-
Planned construction next year.
Construction would likely start.
As soon as they get the oversized load
20
jammed off the middle of the bridge. Did you guys see those pictures?
27 to 30 with the deconstruction of the current bridge up till 32. Senator King wants us to do everything we can to push it forward faster. And I said, we'll bring more money.
Yeah. If he'd have had the whole
Start next week
150.
with it.
Yeah.
Suitcase full of cash.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the pictures of the oversized load and the semi truck stuck in the
Yes.
middle of the bridge?
Yeah.
I don't know how the dang oversized loads got on the bridge. But
So he was coming from the north, so he didn't have to go through the skidder was lodged. They came from the north and tried to cross the bridge and yeah. So we are looking at that. That happened right when we were having our bridge meeting, and so they're sending a crew out to inspect the girders on going up and over where he might have hit there. So we'll see, but hopefully no real damage. No, I mean, it was great for Facebook. Everybody on Facebook was saying this is why we need a new bridge. So yeah, no, that is going to work really well with the marketing materials. So that's my update. You got anything?
Nope.
All right. I'd entertain a motion, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman,
I would make a motion to recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:00.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to recess. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll see everyone at 1:00 for the Pledge of Allegiance. Being that it is 1:00, we will call the meeting to order for the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners for March 15th, 2022. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Trying to figure out what's by your feet. It's a paperclip down there.
All right, let the record show all three commissioners are present.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the business agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are going to skip the meeting minutes and move straight into citizen comment. We have only 24 today online. So we are going to go 3 minutes per person. And then at the end, the commissioners will respond. And if you are online, it is *6 or raise your hand or turn your video on, but you can get our attention. And we will start with in person, as is our new policy. Would anybody like to give public comment? If so, please come forward. Make sure it is green up in front of you.
Are the mics green?
All right.
Yep, they're both. green.
Perfect.
Tell us who you are.
Kathy Moko, Goldendale. I just wanted to commend the commissioners on this new building. Last Tuesday, we had, the opening and it was very nice. And just for fun, being that I've heard some comments in the past, I looked into how old the other courthouse building is. It's 81 years old. So I would say that having a new courthouse, part of a new courthouse, is appropriate. Anyway, I thought you guys have done a really good job.
Which
Thank you.
building was 81? Annex 1 or the courthouse?
Oh,
The courthouse,
the
original
regular
courthouse?
big courthouse, yes. 81 years old, so. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Online, do we have anyone online? I'm gonna go to my clock. Timer, 3 minutes. Okay, going once. Nobody wants to give us public comment today. We will go back in the room. Does anybody else want to give any public comment? No? All right, well, if anybody is online and would like to provide public comment, *6 to unmute yourself, turn on your video, raise your hand, get our attention somehow. And if not, we're gonna just hang out here. Start working through all of these. Sherry Bosque.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Last Tuesday, the citizens had the court hearing that we took to Superior Court against our county's ruling for under canvas. And at this hearing last Tuesday in front of the judge, under canvas and Klickitat County assistant prosecuting attorney sat together and they were against our attorney, the appellants. The appellants are your people. This is your constituents. We are fighting against what you have pushed on us called under canvas, a project that absolutely is detrimental, if not life-threatening to people all in this area. It has been very upsetting that we've had to use our own money to fight this situation and that you continue to use conditional use permits against your own citizens to our demise. So that brings me to my comment on a conditional use permit for the Carriager project. I would like each one of you to answer at the end of the time, do you know of the Carriager solar project proposal? And I want to know, are you going to put this Carriager project this solar proposal off Knight Road in front of the citizens for a public hearing? We deserve to have the information on this. This is a large project, and I again want to know which one of you know of this project, and tell us how big is it, how many acres, and where will it be sited? And will you give your people, the people you serve, the opportunity to weigh in on this conditional use permit at a public hearing prior to you sending it to a public or to a hearings examiner? That's what I want to know. Are you going to give us people a voice with this solar invasion? And I've told you, these companies are corrupt. They have lawsuits against them. They raise people's rates. This happened in Maine. And you are signing our county up with corrupt foreign entities that can come in and hurt us. And you commissioners alone, by your conditional use permit, are allowing this to happen to Goldendale. So I want to know which one, each of you, what is Carriager? How big is it? And are you going to give us a public hearing to be told about this project and listen to your people of whether or not we want industrial solar farms invading our agricultural land surrounding Goldendale and using a conditional use permit against the people like you did with Under Canvas? And that people should know that is just disgusting that you did that to us. You did not need to push us to this point where we had to use our money against our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque. All right, I will go back into the room. Is there anybody who'd like to provide public comment? Okay, back online. I am not seeing anyone. Well, if anybody would like to provide any public comment, oh, come on forward. Well,
Arkansas, Goldendale. I was looking at your budget. I got it last week. And there's things in here that I don't quite understand why we're dealing with them. Anyway, when I look at the total numbers we got and all the money we received from the landfill, and 54% of that goes to general fund, is what I read, right? You know, I don't understand why we're using that much of that money for general fund. Is the taxes so low that we can't fund all our priorities, or we just so low that we can't, maybe we're overspending out of that money there. I don't know. It's amazing to me, in my experience, that if you didn't have that money, what would you be doing today? You can't turn out the lights and shut it down. You have to keep the government going. So how can you live? How can you figure to live? Because that's a very good possibility. We're not going to get that forever and ever and ever, the kind of numbers we're getting now. What would you do? Where would you cut? It's a question to me. I used to watch this budget very close in number of personnel. And I just checked, you got 244 people now. And I think when I used to look at it, it was in the under 200. So I don't remember exactly what it was. But there's lots of things. And I've worked on, personally, I've worked on lots of different kinds of places and different kinds of budgets. And you cut, I forget what you cut this time from last budget. How many, 30, what was it? 300 something? How much thousands did you have to cut out this time?
It was 41% lower than the previous year. Without looking at your summary right there, you has that information. It was, I didn't speculate, I think
41% less.
this building,
Huh?
this building was part of that budget.
part of that.
Oh, okay. Okay, because you had money for this building from last year, or to fund some of the stuff
It's
last
in
year.
the budget for 20 million, and so that would be
Okay.
higher than previous budget.
Okay, so the 1% rule that you have is you can't raise the tax basis only 1%. So, and you have all the mandates that they have in here. Now, I'm not sure exactly how that can happen at this stage of the game. As long as 1%, notoriously for years and years and years, governments use 6% a year. All different governments I've been associated with, 6% a year, including city government. And the only reason that 6% was so important to them, because of this rule of 12. In 12 years, they've doubled their budget. And I don't know, that's why they cut this state back to, or cut you back to 1%. I've never been involved with since that came out, but what does the state tell you? Because they put all these mandates on. Or they tell you how to do it? Did they tell you priorities? You have to rearrange your priorities. There's lots of things in here when I read this whole thing and watched it. I read it quite a while and looked at different things, and I think to myself, well, how do you guys determine priorities on spending?
Ron, we will, I'm sure each one of us we look forward to responding to your questions.
Okay,
Your 3 minutes are up. I'm very sorry, and I have to keep it equal.
that's a rule right
As-
there that I don't like anyway.
I don't like being cut off either, so I totally understand. But if you stick around long enough, you'll, I'm sure, get a response from each one of us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back online. Would anybody else like to provide public comment? Oh, I guess he doesn't want to stick around.
They said there's a couple of them, if you don't respond right away, they just don't wait for your questions. So that's the negative.
Okay, if anybody decides to change their mind and would like to provide public comment, get our attention in the next 10 minutes. Would you like to go through any of these?
Excuse me, I would like to request if Commissioner Christopher has a microphone that he turns it on when he speaks. I'm unable to hear him. Thank you.
We will do our best to remember to turn our mics on. Thank you. Tally. Oh, Diana Bambi, please.
Yes, good morning. This is more of a question. I'm here for the weed assessment hearing, so I'm assuming there's going to be opportunity to provide comment then. Is that correct?
You are 100% correct. We do not take testimony on things that are already on the agenda, and so you will be allowed time to comment right after 1:30 probably.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments from the community council?
And not at this time.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. 7211. Let us know who you are.
Greg Wagner with Cease. It was said that a bond was issued for the annex. I'd like to know what the interest rate on that bond is. I would also like to comment that last week, Mr. Anderson said that it was brought up about work needing to be done, that the comp plan and the shoreline plan and several other plans were needed to be worked on and updated. And this year so far on the Thursday workshops, you've had 88 hours of available time and you've only worked 14 hours. That's 85% of the time you didn't work on a workshop Thursday. Wouldn't that be a great time to work on updating all these plans that are needed in the county? I also would like to know, spoke with a lady, Elizabeth Taylor from the Noxious Weeds, and she said the increase for the weeds would equal to about $70,000 additional dollars that they need. I'd like to know why the fees have to become a burden to the citizens. Why can't the county just cover that $70,000 when it was easy to spend $23 million on the annex? So it seems like the citizens get stuck with a lot of the burdens. We already have enough outside of the county with the price of utilities and fuel and food and everything else, why does it always have to be put on the citizens? You raised our sales tax on January 4th, just another burden to the citizens. You don't collect the fees that you're supposed to collect from the different projects over $1 million, and you don't bill them. You don't tax the land properly where solar and wind sets. You know, extensive ag, it ought to be zoned at something else so it can bring in more revenue to the county. If you did all those things, the citizens wouldn't be burdened with the additional taxes. I'd like for you to start doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Well, continue to get our attention if you do, and we will continue working. Zero, 088, please give us your name and we'd love to hear from you.
Delmer Eldred. But you know, since you guys aren't really have anything in public comment going on right now, I would really appreciate on you guys commenting on Mr. Wagner's issues there. I think that was quite important that we know exactly why things are the way they are. And I would appreciate if you have the time right now to address those issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eldred. Is that anything else?
Yes. No, that's what I got to say. But I think you have time. You people are supposed to be answerable to the public, and you just sit there and you wait till the comment at the end when nobody can say anything. So now you don't have anything going on. Let's find out what your position is on those issues that he brought up.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? Otherwise, we've been asked quite a few questions, and I know how long-winded Dave can be in his answering. Sorry, Commissioner Sauter, but you did take 10 minutes. Last chance. Anybody else would like to provide public comment? Mr. Barta? No? Okay. With that, would either of my seatmates like to respond to any of the people who have posed questions and provided comments? I guess I'll start then, since I usually go last. Thank you for all of the questions and the comments. And I think Mr. Wagner's comments follow right in with our very first commenter's questions, and that is how do we make that budget work? And he is very right. The rule of 12 and budgets usually double every 12 years. And we get to raise taxes 1%. So whatever we brought in last year, however much money that was, it gets to be 1% more. And that's all we get to do. And that worked out to about $50,000 this last year. So what do we do when everything else is going up 7% plus? What do we do when wages continue to go up, to try to meet inflation? And the question was, what do we do with the landfill dollars? Well, those landfill dollars have been helping this county since the early 1990s. They have created that delta between that 1% that was passed by the voters in I can't remember what year, But that is what has floated us all the way through this point. That is what has got us to this area. That delta has continued to be eaten up through those landfill dollars to the point where our tax revenues that we bring in, all the property taxes, don't even cover the sheriff's budget alone. So when you think about that, where does all the rest of the money come from? It comes from grants, it comes from fees. Like, for example, the building department is self-sufficient. The fees, because we're building so much right now, actually pay for all of the cost of the building department. Not very many other departments actually pay for themselves. And so a lot of that money has had to come from the landfill. And what we did this last year is right off the top, during budget processes, we had to take a 3% reduction across the board on all departments, and just in order to start making a dent in the amount of money that we're spending that comes out of our reserves. So the question, is what would you change? What would you do differently? Without the landfill, you have to assume that we would probably make about the same amount of money as Skamania County, and the amount of employees would be about 50% less. So when people say like, oh, we already pay for everything, in Klickitat County, you have some of the lowest property taxes in the state of Washington, if not the lowest property taxes, when it comes to what your county funds, whether it be the road department or the actual county governments. When it comes to your sales tax, even with the sales tax increase for the rest of the county, it is still the cheapest sales tax in the state of Washington. And the only way that we've been able to do that over the last 20 years plus is strictly due to the landfill being able to make up that difference. And in the old budgets, it used to say, there was a part in there that says the percentage of the budget that the landfill actually buys down what we would have to raise our property taxes to. And by using the landfill dollars for this, all of our junior taxing districts have been able to go out and raise funds and revenues through, the process in order to fund all their things. If we were having to do the same thing, the populace you can only raise taxes so much on the populace before it's too great. And it has been that landfill that has really done and kept us afloat. On top of, I think, all the commissioners have always been fiscally conservative for as long as I've been alive. And that has made a big difference. So that would be my answer. The other questions that you asked with regards to the weed, that's coming up later, so I cannot respond. In terms of what we do during the Thursday workshops, you have to understand that every 2 hours of a county commissioner meeting has almost an entire week's worth of work for staff. So if you want a Thursday workshop to work on the comp plan and all these other things, that is an enormous amount of hours go into those meetings. So it's not you just sit around and talk. That's not how workshops work. That's not how you update a comp plan. As you can imagine, these things are very complex. And in many instances, like with shorelines management and critical areas, we actually have to bring in an entire group of consultants to do a lot of this work. We have been attempting to hire a long-range planner that could deal with a lot of these plans. It is extremely competitive and very difficult to find somebody that's willing to come to Goldendale who wants to be a long-range planner, but we are continuing to work on those things. So when you say we're not working on them, we are. You just don't always see it because it's not on a Tuesday from 1 to 1:30 when we have 40 people online. I think I used my time. You may.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I would concur with everything my seatmate said as far as the landfill and the property tax and I did look up because I was kind of, we've had the property tax limitation. It actually was passed by the voters in 2001. It was overturned 6 years later by the Washington State Supreme Court, but then reenacted later, and the legislature did. So we've had those property tax. That 1% limitation is not an imposed, we're not doing it. It's the people are the ones that want it. And I remember I voted in favor of it. Although understanding it has serious implications for how you fund government. And we are super fortunate, and Commissioner Anderson's explanation as far as how we've used those landfill revenues, that's exactly accurate. That has bought the difference why we have been able to provide, really high levels of service in Klickitat County for a rural county, which we could never do. And when the earlier commenter had said what would happen, I know what would happen we would have massive reduction of services if we did not backfill, 54% with landfill revenues. So that is a conscious choice that this board, previous boards before me have prioritized, using those dollars to provide those services to citizens. In a sense, we're getting more bang than we're getting more service than we're actually paying for as far as in taxes. And I think that's a good thing. The only other comment I would make is we got done early last Tuesday. I did go over to the hearing over at Superior Court, just to, kind of interesting just to watch the process. I did sit in the courtroom in the back and watch the pleadings, if I'm using the term right. I was a little curious because there was the comment about the county's attorney, deputy prosecuting attorney, and under canvas sitting together. That was not my observation. In fact, all three attorneys all sat at the same table, equidistant apart. I think because we were still under COVID, like they had to be 6 feet from each other. So I'm not saying that wasn't, but I certainly did not observe that. I saw them where everybody was in their own spot, and they all argued their own things separately. I didn't see any, because it was our counsel was representing us, and each respective ones were representing them. And so that wasn't my observation. I'm going to stop there, leave a little bit of time left for my seatmate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I don't need that much time. You guys pretty much covered it. The two things I would say about workshop time, just because we're not having a workshop on a Thursday does not mean we're not working on a Thursday. I work a lot. I was here on Saturday when nobody else was here. So just because you may not see us in a workshop does not mean we're not working. The other thing that, like Commissioner Anderson said about workshops, there's only so much time in a day, and we can't do the comprehensive plan. That is an employee that does the comprehensive plan. So every time we come up with some brilliant idea that we want to do, that is workload for an employee, and we're waiting for our next brilliant idea to give to that employee until they're done with the last idea. Pretty much every department out there that I can think of is working on projects for us right now. When they're done with those, I'm sure they will get more workload. But it doesn't just happen overnight. Again, we need employees, we need planners to get some of that done. The only other thing I would add to the budget and the landfill is to reiterate that if we didn't have the landfill, yes, you would have about half of the county staff you have now, or there would be a property tax levy on your ballot for you to vote for to potentially keep those employees. 70% or so, 65% of our budget is criminal justice. So that's police department, sheriff's office, 911, jail, the courts, and the prosecutor. So they are funded because of half from your property tax dollars and half from those landfill dollars. So like Commissioner Anderson said, if we didn't have them, you would probably have a 50% reduction in staff. The other thing, the landfill has been able to pull this county out and help try to balance this budget up to recently. But as the landfill is not growing in its funding and the property taxes are not growing in their funding, and you have 7% inflation ongoing years, you're going to have issues. So that's where some of these other things come into play, where the board is considering fee for service. And as opposed to backfilling with general funds, because if we backfill with general funds, there are no excess general funds. So somebody has to get laid off to backfill general funds. So that's where these other fee for services and reducing subsidies for services are coming in. And that's about all I have, and time is out. So thank you, sir. You pretty much wrapped it all yourself.
Well,
with a heck of a job.
well, thank you. All right, being it is now 1:30, we are going to close public comment, and I would like to say thank you to everyone who provided public comment. Thank you for your questions. I can think of a couple that I did not touch on. You are welcome to give me a call anytime and ask me the questions, and I'd be happy to answer them as well. With that, we will move on to our public meeting to consider the final approval of short plat SPL 2020-18. Well, hello, good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so, short plat SPL 2020-18 is a proposal to create two lots from parcel 06102257001500. It's located in Trout Lake, the southwest corner of Wood, Dean, and Jennings County Roads. The administrative review of this short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road, Health, and Planning Departments, including the Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2020-18 applicants James and Chris Nielsen.
Do any of my seatmates have any questions?
They don't, very straightforward.
It's straightforward.
Ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I am ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to grant final approval for short plat SPL 2020-18, the applicants James and Chris Nielsen.
I would second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the short plat application SPL 2020-18. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Do I have the, it's not in there, the public hearing?
It came on a separate document,
Oh, pull that up.
the weed assessment,
Yeah, the weed assessment one.
but it's not perfect.
Okay, next we're going to move on to the public hearing for the weed assessment increase from $6 to $12 for non-forest lands and from 60 cents to $1.20 for forest lands to be levied against landowners located within the boundaries of Klickitat County Noxious Weed Board. For the purpose, thanks, for the purpose of noxious weed control to limit the economic loss and adverse effects to Klickitat County's agricultural, natural, and human resources due to the presence and spread of noxious weeds, and to allow any interested taxpayer to appear and be heard for or against said weed assessment increase. Do we have a overview by staff?
All right, thank you. It's pretty straightforward. This is our only source of not our only source, but it's our primary source of revenue for our operation of the Noxious Weed Control Board. We're not general fund funded. So this is the way we are funded. If you look through on the page here, there's kind of a history of how we've been funded through the years, and we actually run a pretty lean ship. And our actual revenue has dropped a little the last few years over what we had hoped, either due to people not paying the taxes or something. There's a lower amount the last couple of years, so we're proposing to increase from $6 a parcel to $12 a parcel, and 4 cents an acre to remain the same. And then we still administer the road department's roadside spray program, but they are providing the employee to do and the machinery to do the work. And then we work with other agencies across the county and landowners across the entire county. I know we'd gotten an email from a person in the Trout Lake area, and I did a little research on last year, that just a few dates that I pulled up, I actually did quite a bit of work over there on their road shoulders on knapweed and horsealyssum and other things over there. And I'm scheduled to be on their community council agenda for the 5th of April on a Zoom meeting, so they have me requested for that, so. We trying to come, it's not what I want to do, but it's kind of what we have to do to remain viable. We're not going to be able to to continue to our level of service without an increase in revenue due to the increases of costs and everything. That's our staff, well, Elizabeth has had to reduce her hours to maintain our current budget. And unless we want to reduce my hours, we don't have any other options to continue. And hopefully with the added revenue, we'll be able to hire on a helper for me for possibly training. As I'm 31 years into this position, I'm probably not going to be here forever, so.
Does that conclude your staff report?
Yes, it does.
Okay, we are going to open this public hearing for the purpose of receiving public testimony, both in favor and opposed to increasing the assessment for the Klickitat County Noxious Weed Control Board. If you would like to provide public comment, if you guys wouldn't mind stepping back so we can get public comment, we will, as always, open it up to in-person in the room. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public testimony. And give us your name and where you're located. If you're online, it's going to be *6 or raise your hand and we will call on you. Is there anyone in the room looking to provide public comment or testimony? Well, since nobody's jumping up, we will go online, and I believe Dana Bambi said she was interested. Are you there, Miss Bambi?
Yes, I am. So I also sent this letter to the commissioner email account this morning. Good afternoon. My name is Dinah Bambi and I reside at 2274 Highway 141 in Trout Lake, Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. Please note that I'm providing comments only as a resident of Klickitat County and not as representing the Trout Lake Community Council. As a side note, I did not have opportunity to canvass the other council members to ask for their, as to whether or not I should speak for them. So that's the only reason. Most of them are very favorable for weed control. Continuing on with my letter, as a natural resource professional for over 40 years, the health of our ecosystems has always been one of my interests as well as one of my priorities. Invasive species are not only a threat to our ecosystems, but also have an adverse economic effect. The majority of invasive species do not have a natural biological control as they are not native to our environment. Some are able to have an allelopathic effect on surrounding vegetation, emitting toxins that suppress the growth of native species, thereby enabling the invasive to more aggressively spread. I acknowledge that we presently live in challenging times with high inflation and significant fuel costs. Be that as it may, I feel that it is vitally important for Klickitat County to continue with and enhance the efforts towards controlling invasive weed species. I support the proposed increase in weed assessment. With the continued population growth in Klickitat County, especially in the western half, I also urge the county to increase its emphasis in educating landowners about the invasive species they need to watch out for and how to properly control and dispose of the weeds that they remove. As a part of that effort, I wish to express my concerns regarding the county's noxious weed list. The list identifies those species that are present in the county, but to the uninformed reader, it is not clear which species are of limited distribution or are abundant in the county. That clarification is needed as it specifies whether the control measures are for eradication of the population or that only containment is required. Also, there are many species on the list that are either not present in Trout Lake or are of very limited distribution. I believe it is a huge challenge for landowners to know what level of control is required for the various noxious weed species, and clarification is urgently needed in that regard. This concludes my comments. Thank you once again for providing the opportunity to express my support for the increased weed assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Bamby. Is there anyone else online interested in providing public comment? Star 6. Raise your hand. Sherry Bosque.
Hi, yeah, I don't support the increase for the weed assessment. I feel that you should be able to budget that into the county budget. The citizens should not have to bear that financial burden. So I do not support it. I hope that you do not implement it on the citizens. And I saw my property tax go up. I don't know how other people's property taxes look this year, but I feel that the citizens bear a lot of the financial burden and that the county can make some budget cuts somewhere else. Or maybe not hire so many new people and get people that you do have in place trained to do other jobs instead of taking more county budget to hire new people. So I don't support the increase to the citizens, that I feel the county should find another place to support weed control. And another thing I see quite often driving around, I will see people with signs along the highway that says no spray. So some people don't want their property sprayed. So, I mean, just find another way to support it. Don't put it on the citizens. If we need to get more money for weed control, then pay for it some other way, but besides burdening us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque. Is there anyone in the room interested in providing public comment? Not seeing any. Back online. Is there anybody else looking to provide public testimony for the Star 6? Raise your hand, turn your video on. Get our attention. Going once. Going twice. Oh, there's someone.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dave Barta, Goldendale. I really hate tax and fee increases. I despise rush skeleton weed worse, and we have a weed problem in the county. I know how hard Marty works and the others do. I think by focusing the increase on simply on a parcel rate increase and not an acreage fee, I think that's a demonstration that they're trying to do the least amount of impact to the present population that they can, and yet still be able to viably solve some of the weed problems that we have. And so it is almost impossible for me to say this, but I do support raising the fee assessment on the per parcel rate so that we can have an effective weed control department to deal with some of the pressures that we have on the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barta. Okay, online, last chance, going once, going twice. Oh, come on forward.
I'm Craig Schuster. I'm chairman of the weed board. We own several acres east of Goldendale, and we have had a lot of development. And that is 5, 10, 20 acre developments. And with those people coming back and forth, and they have no desire to control anything within and on their land as far as weeds or anything of that nature. And it is a huge problem, and they drive back and forth tremendous amount. So Marty's done a wonderful job, and we need to support and continue with the cost of gas and vehicles. He drives used vehicles. He's very conservative. He's done a wonderful job, and we need to support him and create and keep somebody going in the future to keep this program going. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more time. Going once. Going twice. Last chance. All right. I will open it up for clarification of public statements, comments, or questions of staff from my seatmates. Would either of you, anything I would like to say?
Just confirm, I got the report that you submitted. And it does appear, so the last time we looked at we increased the rate was in 2012. So that's now 10 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Okay, nothing? I would, and this is primarily for the citizens who are listening. Marty, can you tell us how much costs have went up for supplies? And not only in 10 years, but in the last 3 months.
Well, yeah, the last 3 months, and somebody said something about the no spray thing. We do have a program in place on the roadsides for people to post things. They have to contact our office or the road department and then have to annually renew that. But the cost of herbicides alone, and we don't just treat with herbicides, we do use biological control and mowing and other things too, grazing. But recently, just the cost of glyphosate, for instance, where we use that as part of our roadside treatment a lot of times, has more than doubled. And the cost of fuel, as everyone knows, alone has more than doubled as well in just a year or so. So those kind of costs are increasing. Parts and labor all go up, and our insurance, as you all know, went up 17% this year. So it's a continual, the inflation is tough. We're gonna be hard pressed to hopefully be able to maintain, as you plenty well familiar with everybody, it's not great, but but I do most of our own maintenance on the vehicles and that sort of thing. Like Craig said, we use used vehicle. We bought a new pickup a couple of years ago because I couldn't get a used one for about the same money. So, and when we sold our old pickup, it got pretty good money. So hopefully, I don't know. But the overall costs, tires, you name it, it's all gone up. So does that answer okay?
That was, we are in asking of comments.
All right.
Questions from staff?
Anybody else?
I don't have any other questions of staff. Okay, I will open it up one more time. Is there any further public comment? *6, raise your hand. I think we got everybody in the room pretty much. Last chance. If you have spoken once, you do not get a second time. I'm very sorry, Ms. Bosque. Is there anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing to further public testimony and open it up for discussion by the board. Mr. Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to point out there was a citizen comment of don't put this on the citizens by raising their levy rates. And I would argue that the entire fee is on the citizens, whether we fund it out of general fund type dollars or out of a fee increase on your property taxes. Everything we do is paid for by the people. And the statement where you'll get the money from somewhere else, we just had a lengthy discussion that there is nowhere else. That's why we have to start looking at fees for service in this county government. This is an important issue. The skeleton weed, I have the skeleton weed. Marty came and sprayed my property last year, and I'll be working with him this year to make sure I get the right chemical to finish it off. I do think we should, just like the Tips for Country Living, have some better handouts or brochures or something for the newbies in the area. to help them moving along, but this isn't, I don't see this as a fee for increased service. It's a fee to keep the existing service without cuts. And with that, I support it.
I concur. It is, I mean, the only thing I would add is everybody always wants somebody else to pay for something. And unfortunately, as Commissioner Christopher said, you know, all the money that we are working with is the public's money. It's already, so it's moving it from here to there doesn't really make any difference. We are still going to pay for it. And so I think this is the fairest, easiest way to do it. And I will definitely be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Sauter. And like both of my seatmates said, raising taxes is the hardest thing to ever do. Raising fees is the second hardest thing to do. But we also, and I think it was pretty well stated by Mr. Kinsella earlier, we have the rule of 12, and you know, it doubles. The cost of everything doubles, and we can't keep the fees at what they were set 10 years ago when this is a program that is designed to pay for itself. And if anybody thinks that you are not getting what you pay for with regards to the weed department, I would ask you to go ride around for a day and see how much gets done. And I would thank your staff and you for everything that you guys do. You do an excellent job. You work with the landowners, you work with the forest landowners, and you have put in 30 years, and I cannot thank you enough for everything that you do. And with that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Klickitat County Board of Commissioners, after due deliberation and pursuant to RCW 17.10, hereby adopts the following assessments to be levied for the administration of the county noxious weed control program, and directs the county assessor, requests the county assessor to assess the landowners located within the jurisdictional boundaries of Klickitat County Noxious Weed Control Board, the weed assessment herein described, and the county treasurer is hereby directed to bill and collect the assessments from landowners assessed. Non-forest unincorporated, $12 per parcel and 4 cents per acre. Forest land as defined in RCW 17.10.240, $1.20 per parcel, and 4 1,000ths, I get 0.004 per acre. My motion is to approve that language.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the adoption. All those, any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you all for your public testimony. Thank you for your comments. And would you be willing to respond back to Mr. King and let him know when you drove by? That was the email, and what was done in his area. Thank you very much, sir.
And I would like to thank the weed board for all their hard work getting this done for us in requesting this increase, so.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you to the weed board as well. All right. We are next going to move into department updates, which is going to be Adult Probation Interim Director Courtney Cook. And you can take as long as you want coming up here because he ran to the little boys' room.
Actually ran to the little handicap room.
Yes, Mr. King.
It's not on the blue sheet, but it might be on the other one.
Let me look.
Let me look. Unfinished business 150, emergency management.
Oh,
On
look
the
at that.
agenda, it's just not on the blue card.
Okay, well, sorry, Courtney, you can take a little longer. Jeff, come on up. It happens.
Heard you canceled because you didn't want it anymore.
Not a problem.
No comments, sir.
We,
It
we
happens, it
all,
happens.
we all, things
Well,
go south.
Yeah, I would be skinned alive when I went back to my apartment if I didn't
Yes,
want
you would.
this anymore. Totally irresponsible of me. So, yes, we're here to discuss the follow-up discussion about the project to provide soundproofing for the ceiling in the 911 dispatch communications room and the mechanism to fund that project as it was removed from the 2022 budget in that process earlier. Do you have any questions about what you've been provided already? We can move
I
forward.
thought Jeff was gonna come down and talk a little bit, and so you had a conversation with Jeff about what would actually get put up there versus, and we're gonna go with the $25,000, not the Cadillac gold-plated soundproofing.
Yeah, that was never my intention to,
I didn't
that
think
whole
it
drop
was.
ceiling situation. I don't believe is necessary. It would cause need to reconstruct the fire suppression system, sprinkler system, and the lighting and everything else. I don't believe that's necessary. And yes, Gordy and Jeff Hunter were, let's see if they were the ones calling me here. They did tell me earlier that they were planning to attend at this time, but
That's all right, we can get through without him.
yeah.
But I do like your new style. Say it could be 100,000, but if it's only 25, it's not bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you bring
yeah.
your own funds?
Yes,
Well, kind
yes,
of.
sir, I did.
We
Jen,
just
do
had
you
the
have?
conversation, they're all citizen funds, but yeah.
After 7 years, I'm starting to learn.
Yeah.
Funds that were already budgeted for my department in past years, as well as funds that, so in that regard, fund balance is made up of those funds that weren't expended for whatever reason, but were budgeted, as well as the unbudgeted amount of additional REIT revenue that we received
So for the
is on our fund balance.
people, can you talk a little bit about the REIT funds and where because I'm looking at your fund balance that's going up and up and up. And so can you try to explain that a little bit?
Yes, and Jen can help me out here as well. But in 2020 and 2021, we saw a significant increase in the real estate excise tax that my department in those 2 years received, and in historically speaking, received as a revenue stream. And that is directly related to the amount of property that is being sold and purchased in the county. It was above the historical average increases, and therefore it wasn't budgeted in, and that is why it is now sitting in fund balance. Jen, do you want to add anything to that?
I think you covered that pretty well.
And
No,
how
but-
much above was it from last year, above budgeted?
I don't think.
Can't
the
remember
numbers-
that off the top of my head. I know that in
Right here.
2020, it was $156,000 and change. Last year, I don't know off the top of my head.
Pretty close to roughly the same to.
Yeah,
Between
it
that
was in
and
that same
200,000.
range. Yep, 150 to
Above
200.
what we budgeted.
That's
Yes.
correct. Even after I adjusted for what we saw in 2020.
Right.
We adjusted the budget for 2021, but we received that much more additional. 'Cause Again, yes, because there's so much property being sold.
But since we're talking so much budget today, I also want to point out that REIT is no longer available in coming years because we traded it for the sales tax. So this is the last of that REIT, and we'll hopefully be using a part of it to provide for health and safety of the 911 dispatch and the citizens in the community.
Commissioner Sutter, any questions, thoughts?
No, I would just say I think it's a good use of the dollars. As far as it's necessary, it was, as far as the, this issue has, it's been raised, it's been in front of us for a couple of years. It was scheduled to get done, it got pushed back, and so this just pushes it, it just brings it back to where it should have been. So, and I think the using the, the surplus unbudgeted, it makes it pretty easy because it's, and this is a one-time expense too, which I think is relevant in that, as Commissioner Christopher said, that revenue source is going away, is being transitioned. It's not really going away, it's being transitioned to a different revenue source that we traded. People keep forgetting that we hear about the increase, but there was a decrease. Granted, the net is more. It does generate more revenue to the county, but it wasn't all one way. There was some give back too. This is the give back. So I will definitely be supporting this.
Commissioner Christopher.
And if I could just, for people that are online and don't know what we're talking about today, this is for the Dispatch 911 Center ceiling sound panel project. Essentially, it's too noisy in that building when it rains. The 911 communications officers have trouble hearing on the phone, and it is disruptive to the service that they can provide their people. Or you people. So that's what we're talking about, is putting sound panels up to keep that noise at bay and hopefully be able to understand phone calls better. Just wanted to throw that out. I don't know that we did.
No, I agree. And not only does it help, dispatch, but this helps fire, EMS, everyone.
The citizens that are calling.
Communication is key. It helps the citizens. It helps everyone. And Mr. Hunter, since you walked all the way down here, is there anything you'd like to say on the actual construction of this? Time frame, how long do you think it'll be?
Like I explained to Jeff, we have a few things in mind. We'll try to squeeze it in the interim, but I don't want to lose the construction when of SATUS pass. We're all aware of that 7% increase per year of construction cost. That would far outweigh anything that we would do for this. So we'll try to get it worked in, and I'll work closely with Jeff to work the schedule.
Jen?
I would just like to add to that, we can't just jump in and do the project whenever. We do have to go through the supplemental public hearing process as well to amend the capital improvement plan.
The non-cap.
The
Yeah, so
non-capital.
we're still a ways out from that. Supplement is until May, correct?
Yeah, April, yeah, May, first week of May.
Yeah, so that'll put us, I forgot about that. So that will put us in our construction window for SATUS pass. It probably won't happen.
So you're thinking more like won't even happen till fall,
right?
Type of thing. So we have plenty of time for supplemental then, I guess.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Try really hard. And we're good to our word as far as, yes, we have to go through the supplemental process. We have to, but we generally, if we commit to funding, we follow through, I think. So, because I know there are processes that can get that we generally don't like to start. And I'm not suggesting do anything out of order or improper. It's not. But if it's on we know we're going to do it, we can start the planning process for doing it without the dollars.
You are right, Dave. We've done this before. All we have to do is amend the non-capital list. And then the non-capital list isn't approved project by project specifically.
Right.
So we could borrow against another project. Ultimate is we don't overrun the list.
Right.
So we need to.
Like I said, as long as we're good for it, as far as before the end of the year, we got to make sure that, or when the project list runs out of money and there's still project, which happens every year, or as far, no, I guess the wish list, no, it never does. It's actually the opposite, where we actually have generally funds unexpended because we either ran out of time, they get carried over. So, yeah. So that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
But this is different because we're going to be taking REIT dollars and throwing it at the non-cap project rather than using other dollars. So we will be, moving some money around, correct, Jen?
Yeah, through a supplemental.
Through the supplemental, yep. I would entertain a motion if either of my seatmates so deem it necessary.
You think we need a motion for this? Yes, no? I don't know.
Can't go wrong with a motion.
Can't go wrong with a motion.
Too many motions.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the estimate of up to $25,000 to install a dispatch ceiling sound panel for a project in 2022.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the dispatch ceiling panel and directing staff to create the supplemental budget to get that done. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
One last thing I was told I could squeeze in here. Sorry.
You may.
You got
Potentially.
everything you wanted, didn't you?
Verbal, yes, I did. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, 2 out of our 3 trainees have left our employment over the last 2 weeks. So I'm asking verbal approval to advertise for 2 open communications officers positions so we can begin that hiring process and retraining.
How far through the training were they?
4 months.
It's a 1 year, isn't it, or 1.5?
Typically 5 to 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And that look on your face has been repeated on mine for, yes, the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I was very hopeful, but it didn't work out.
One of them looks like it might make it though?
Yes, yes. The one remaining trainee is doing very well, and we have every expectation that she'll finish her training next month and be put into the full-time partner position.
Yeah, disappointing, but you have my,
Maybe you need to recruit 6. We'll deal with it.
or chain them to the
I've
desk.
brought that request to you before for many years. Don't tell me.
I was just putting that out there again.
Okay, I will continue to bring that back, yes. I would graciously accept 2 more communications officers positions so that we can keep this process moving forward and not be continually understaffed. At this point, my chief of operations, because of our understaffing plus planned medical and now an additional medical unplanned this week, is working night shifts all week above and beyond his chief of operations administrative duties. That's the situation we're in. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Back to our schedule. Adult Probation Interim Director Courtney at 2:00 now. It's a good day. You get to learn about everybody else's problems too.
That's what I do all for a living.
That's true, yeah.
That is what
I do have some additional data to present if I can approach.
Of course.
From my packet.
We're not judges. You don't have to ask to approach us.
It's I'm just so
Whoa.
So I've spent a considerable amount of time trying to draft up all this data for you gentlemen today. I hope it meets your expectations. I'm working with a database program that I don't have access to creating my own reports and getting a lot of the data that I should have because it's a program that was created by my predecessor and he's the only one that has access to it. IT does not have the ability to get behind the scenes and fix any glitches or errors. Thankfully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, everything's been going good with it continuing to run. So a lot of this data that I had to do, I literally had to pull up lists of all of my clients throughout the whole caseload, which is the whole county, and go line item by line item, which was very time consuming. There's some other projects I want to do on is try to create recidivism rates for you gentlemen so you can see how we're doing. What is our work doing well? That is another laundry list that I have to go through and then check the Washington State database system to see if they've committed new offenses. I've only gotten through 1 year and that was for 2017. Since 2017, the individuals that were on caseload during that time, only 16% of those offenders have reoffended. Now, I don't know what you think of that. I think that as a good thing, because the state average for Washington is like 36%. So we're significantly lower in that amount. So what that tells me at least is something that we're doing is working. A lot of what we do is get to know the individuals, what their root problems are, what their needs are, and addressing those, or at least trying to direct them in that area. What I've found in my 16 years working in probation is that a lot of the people that come onto our caseload are individuals who maybe are not taught coping mechanisms to deal with life's problems. Every single one of us has probably had some kind of trauma in their life at one point or another. Unfortunately, a lot of people and society tells us that it's okay to use drugs or alcohol to numb that pain, right? So with that comes substance issues, potentially mental health issues, and then violence, because we're not dealing with the issues at hand. And so our kind of focus is to intervene in that and redirect. So just trying to get to know the individuals, create a relationship, a bond, so that they can drop that guard and trust us. And trust to know that, yes, part of our job is to report and hold them accountable, but also to help them if they're wanting help. If they're not, then there's only one thing to do: go to jail. So luckily, I mean, in my experience, most people are more willing to get on the fast track to correct the problems. Some people, it takes more than one time. It just is. And it's completely case by case. So with that, our office is currently staffed with only 3 full-time employees: myself, Steve Crow, case manager, and then Paula Duncan, our administrative assistant. We are down 1 full FTE from last year. And we have definitely felt the burden of that. And I'm sure every department has, and understandable. The job duties of the chief probation director officer is a lot more duties than I had anticipated. I think if when you're working alongside somebody for so many years, you have an idea of what they do, and then there's other things that you just didn't see or know about, right? So I'm starting to slowly learn those other duties, and creating a list of things that need to be addressed at some point in the future that I'd like to get to, but with my current caseload, I can't. When my calendar's booked, at this point in time, I'm still a hourly, 40 hours a week employee. I can't exhaust any more than that. So that's where we're at this point. We're trying to shift our workloads between the 3 of us, and still be able to provide the results that we have been able to. Our history: we monitor pretrial release conditions out of Superior Court, both district courts, and those pretrial cases are required to check in at least once a week with our office, maintain sobriety conditions typically, and make sure that they're staying out of trouble, so that they can complete the court case. And then we also deal with clients post-conviction, which is probation typically, or some kind of diversion program, deferred prosecution in particularly. And then we also take community service clients referred from the courts in lieu of jail. So instead of the judge maybe ordering somebody to do a jail sentence, he might convert that to community service. Or a probation violation. If somebody were to have a relapse or commit a new offense, we might ask the judge to impose community service instead of jail time because of X, Y, and Z, whatever that may be. It's always a case-by-case basis, I think, because some people tend to get right on the ball and fix the issue at hand. Community service hours are kind of we don't have a lot. We have some, but most of our community service referrals from the court are for individuals out of county. So they're having to do their community service in the county of residence. So we get a lot of commuters, I think with, 97 and 14. We have one individual who's in like Southern California right now. We just got her, the refer was going to be referred. The judge last minute decided not to, but that's just an instance. We do get them kind of statewide and all over the place. Most of them come from like the Vancouver area when we get them. And it just depends on the season as well. So, when it comes to fishing charges, hunting charges, whatnot. We are still moving forward in our domestic violence MRT program, which we started back in June last year. I'm happy to report that we've had 3 graduates already, and one is supposed to be graduating tonight, which I'm really impressed. I was in the beginning kind of like, I'm not sure how successful this program is going to be, especially it being virtually. But the program is created in a way that the book and the language it teaches, it's a lot of internal work. You're doing that on your own and then bringing it back to the table, to the group. And one individual, I'm just beyond thrilled. I wish I could show you the changes that I'm seeing. But this is an individual who came in who was very, had all his guards up, was defiant, not willing to accept responsibility. And this guy is just going out of his ways to do whatever he can to correct his behaviors. Really just turned a 180, and I'm just thrilled by it. And that means everything to me. I mean, to be able to spend only an hour a week with them, and that's the result. It's just fantastic news. Our county does not have a domestic violence treatment program or a violence, like to fix that problem. I guess we have victim advocates to help the victims, but we don't have any services to help the offenders, right? We want that issue to be corrected, but we don't have any funding to support that. Offenders are just told you have to figure out a way to pay for the treatment. Domestic violence treatment is really expensive. The cheapest rates I've been able to find is like $125 for just the assessment, which is fairly good. Most agencies are like $300 more, and that's just for the assessment. So this is kind of like the alternative. It's not a Washington State treatment agency by any means. It's just in lieu of or a alternative to this type of program. And it's showing great strides across the state. Most district court probations are going this route, offering it if the courts were to order it. Do you have a question?
Well, I wait till you're done. I was just intrigued. I'm about as excited as you are about that. So.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. We also do we have the ability to do a coping with anger program, which is virtual, and it's a lot like the domestic violence MRT, but it's not a intimate partner type treatment, or I shouldn't even say treatment, program. It's more just an 8-week program where you just kind of learn techniques to deal with anger and frustrations, how to deal with it differently. I think when we are able to—
Need to sign up for that one.
Yeah? We could do it.
Signing me up already.
I always tell people, I'm like, anger is a feeling. It's an emotion. It's okay to feel that way. It's just not always we just always shouldn't react to it sometimes. And that's easier said than done.
That's why I have this and I rub it up here.
Yeah, the stress balls, right?
There's teeth bars.
I definitely feel that sometimes with every day-to-day issues, right?
You're being recorded, gentlemen, just remember.
I know. I do have a question.
Yeah.
And it was part of your packet that I really found interesting, and it was cases by jurisdiction.
Yes.
Now, where you have these labeled as, the county is 77%, Goldendale is 14, White Salmon is 6, and Bingen is 3. Is that their residence, or is that where the crime was committed?
That is the so that is the
Arresting jurisdiction.
the resting jurisdiction. So that is not,
So
I
if
could
somebody was
create-
arrested in Goldendale by our sheriff's department, it's gonna be listed as a county case.
not necessarily. So whoever has the jurisdiction on that case. So it's my understanding, maybe Prosecutor Cannell can verify this for me, but a sheriff's deputy, if he was to arrest somebody in the city limits, city police are going to take jurisdiction over that case. That's within their bounds. So it becomes a city of Goldendale case. So if
I was looking more for where people live.
sure.
So this was, I guess I would say that in your explanation, misleading my thoughts on where people live. But
Sure.
hey, don't take notes. I don't want to create more work for you.
No, but it's good. It's a good, maybe it's a graph for the next department update to
Prosecutor
provide.
Cannell.
Those numbers reflect what Brian referred with the jurisdiction. And technically, the sheriff has full jurisdiction over the whole county, so he could take a case from the city if he so chooses. And keep in mind, those numbers are people placed on supervision. Not everyone's placed on.
Oh, okay.
That is correct. And these numbers are just on who we are actively monitoring right now, whether it be active probation, pretrial monitoring, that we currently are involved in.
How many cases are you actively monitoring?
So let me find that.
That was a different number.
Oh, here it is. So, overall, now, including the clients that are on warrant status, we have 302 total.
Say that wasn't on there.
It wasn't? I don't think it was either.
Oh, it was not. I did not provide
Okay.
it, but it was the information used to create the graphs.
And that's with the warrant.
That's with warrants. And so warrants we're not actively monitoring, but they can pop up any moment. So, and then automatically come back on active.
What? Boy, you seem to know exactly when I have a question. You're reading my mind. It scares me. Why is it sounds like it's more prone for out of area people to have community service than in area people? Because you were saying most of them are down in Vancouver and whatnot. Is that just judge's discretion or any insight?
I would say that what I'm seeing is that, or what I have seen, the people that get a lot of community service ordered are the lower misdemeanor charges, like driving while suspended charges, or something that doesn't rise to like a DUI or assault 4 case. Those can come with some mandatory jail time, and you know,
Okay.
and it's also it's up to the prosecutors on those cases on what they're recommending to the court. A lot of our community services are like the driving while suspended charges that are doing community service in lieu of a jail sanction, or like a hunting big game violation instead of a jail sentence. They're doing community service, as well as like fish snagging violations. Those are also typically being seen as community service hours. Most of the upper district charges are what I'm seeing is getting jail time.
Not including warrants, how many do you have?
180.
100.
And that is split between Steve and I for the whole county.
And you do most everything, like when you're checking in, it's all virtual now, or are you actually going to people's
So we
coming in?
well, we've been seeing people in person, almost all of them. I think depends on the situation. Unfortunately, what we found is about a month or two after COVID kind of shut everything down, is our clients started offending more, drinking more, using more, violence more because they're isolated, right?
Who would have thought?
It just was spiraling, and we're like, we can't do this. We need to support these individuals in our community, and if that means having to see them and putting some protective measures in place, that's what we felt was needed. We were able to get a bunch of COVID tests, so that way, if people were crying, oh, I have COVID, but not providing the proof, well, take a test. Because unfortunately with, not all, but some of our clients, they are manipulative and they will use anything to try to get out of it. And so we have to be one step ahead a little bit. So, yeah, so we've been really seeing them in person. The individuals that I think what I would say, it's a pretty accurate statement. Since COVID, the amount of higher risk offenders, high needs, has grown substantially. And that just exasperates our caseload a little bit more because it's not as straightforward. It's not just a checkbox, oh, you're doing good, okay, good, da, da, da. It's usually like, well, what else is going on? Okay, we need to address this. We have offenders who are also on DOC supervision for felony probation. We got to collaborate with them and treatment. We're also working with a mental health system that is broken in our state. It is very, very difficult to get somebody mental health help and keep them on the right path because there's no mechanism in place to keep them healthy for their own safety and for the community's safety. And unfortunately, that burden kind of gets put on us to kind of babysit them and make sure that they're taking their meds and make sure they're seeing their therapist. And they oftentimes stop taking their meds and they're back into the system again. And it's really difficult to get them back on meds once they've been off. Let's see here.
Sorry, we have a tendency to take people off track when they're
No, it's
giving us
okay.
a presentation. So if you'd like to get back on track, if you have
I'm
more.
just trying to figure out where we're at here. Oh, what I do want to talk about is the newest data that I submitted today. And this kind of goes with what I was just talking about. 58% of our caseload has a substance use piece to it. So there's some sobriety issues that we have to monitor.
What percentage of those are drugs versus alcohol, do you think?
We don't differentiate between the two, to be honest. The courts don't typically say you can drink alcohol, but you can't do drugs, or vice versa.
But I would assume that this number is going to go down if we're not charging for drugs anymore. That you might have a lower case count coming out of the courts.
The courts still say no drugs, alcohol, or marijuana, even if it's legal. Alcohol is legal, yet people commit crimes with drinking under the influence and driving. And so just because it's legal doesn't mean it's okay to use while on probation. Now, most of the times the court's asking for the offender to do a drug and alcohol evaluation. Treatment agencies are going to say, well, if you're going to do treatment, if we recommend that you need to do treatment, you can't have any substances, drugs, alcohol, or marijuana, whether it's legal or not, because it's a mind and mood altering substance, and it's going to get in the way of dealing with that underlying issue that's creating the substance problem. So we can't have somebody drinking alcohol and trying to treat this drug problem, because this is now going to probably be heightened and create another issue. 18% of our caseload has some violence or anger management kind of tag on their case that we're addressing, and 24% of it is mental health. And on the second page, the clients with multiple needs, as you'll see, a lot of our cases are not just one. It is complex. Most of 53% is substance use and mental health. I apologize for my abbreviations. SUD, S-U-D, is substance use disorders.
I was gonna ask, I was trying to figure out what these meant before I saw
Yes.
the other one.
I apologize out of habit. And MH is mental health. And when you have a mental health disorder and you're compounding it with a substance use, you are heightening that mental health issue significantly. Some people believe that marijuana helps. It is all the time making it worse. At times it can. I think I've seen in clients where they're like, well, it had been helping, and then they get to a certain age or something else happens, and then it kind of does a flip effect, especially when it comes to schizophrenia. I see that the most in schizophrenia is when they think that, oh, I can use marijuana to help with the voices. It's heightening the voices. They just don't realize it.
There's so much to unpack.
There is. Substance use and domestic violence is about 20% of our caseload. And then 23% of our caseload is a trifecta, all three: violence, mental health, and SUD. And that
But
is complex.
SUD is the centerpiece because the other piece is only 4%. So the substance use is the basis of all, it seems, like with the multiple
yeah,
needs.
for the majority, yes, substance is the issue in the majority of our population. Yeah.
So my question so this is clients with multiple needs. What percentage of the 180 that you're currently dealing is that group versus the other one with the client needs that would be not the multiple?
That would be, let me do a quick math. That's not right.
Always do math in public. It's great.
Right?
Under
It's
pressure.
when you know you're going to get it wrong.
Yep.
Okay. Good time.
131.
131 have the multiple needs.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, that's easy enough to figure out. So would you say that the SUD, mental health, DV, the 23%, did they take the trifecta in essence?
Mhm.
Did they take the most amount of time for your probation department, for you guys to deal with?
Absolutely. For instance, we had one gentleman a few weeks ago. He may be primarily Steve's case manager. Steve is the one kind of overseeing, checking in with them. But when like this individual went off his meds, started drinking, he's creating some havoc in community. Mental health is calling us saying, this is what's going on. We're having to collaborate with other agencies to figure out, okay, how can we fix this issue and get him back on track? Because we're limited. We don't have arrest rights. Our office doesn't. DOC does. This individual happened to also be on DOC supervision, so they were willing to assist us in trying to get him back on medication. But like I said, mental health is so complex, and it's when you talk to counselors, their hands are even tied behind their backs with the current laws in Washington of what they can do, because everybody has a right to say, no, I don't want to take meds, even if they're not even capable to say that they have a problem, which is really sad, and I think it can be a very controversial issue. But when it's negatively harming that person, I think that's not okay. So that gentleman, between me and Steve, spent, I think, 5 hours just on that one client in that 1 week, because it was a compound effect. He didn't have any violent tendencies towards anybody. He did have some violent tendencies towards community property. So it still would fall under that category. So I think the biggest thing for our department is learning and knowing our community resources and trying to tap those resources and get people connected where we can, because we're limited. We don't have all the money in the world. We don't have all the cures. So I think just trying to use what we have to what we have, just to help them.
So what I worked out is, well, and 5 plus the mental health portion of this,
Yeah.
other than the substance abuse, between your individual part and your multiple needs, 116 out of your 180 people have mental health issues.
I would say that's accurate, if not higher.
Yeah.
Because I have a strong belief, based on my experience with every individual. Somebody doesn't start having a substance use problem or a violence problem in their home without something triggering it. And that's why I say like childhood trauma is a huge piece to this. Nobody says like, oh, I want to be a drug addict when I grow up. You know, they use or they drink or they have these violence issues because it's what they know. It's what they grew up with. It's what they see.
So you're thinking in your opinion, the substance abuse can be caused by the mental health problem more than mental health is caused by a substance abuse problem. You think the underlying factor is the mental health?
I think so, because there's a trauma, there's some kind of trauma typically that whether, you know, you lived in a home where you saw drugs in and out of the home, whether you had family members that used, or you saw family members who fought a lot, that becomes in your adulthood a standard. You tend to go, okay, well, that's how they used to deal with it. I may know whether it's acceptable or not, but I might tend to react that way because that's how I was kind of taught by seeing it. But again, that's just my speculation from my experience. Moving forward, training, Steve and I will be attending the Misdemeanor Probation Association conference in May this year. And he got a scholarship so that his conference fees were paid for, which was fantastic. That we didn't have to be burdened by that cost. That is probably the most valuable training that our office can get on a yearly basis, because it is statewide of Washington, district court probation officers meeting up, and we are educating each other about the needs in our area as well as statewide, what legislation's doing, what judges are doing, what the departments are doing, networking, and kind of getting some ideas and valuable information that we wouldn't otherwise have. Oh, and I did mention we're going to be having a speaker, Andrew Ellis, wonderful speaker. I've seen him once many years ago. He specializes in crisis intervention, mostly with mental health, which is perfect for what we're having to deal with in our office right now. De-escalating with our words versus with our hands, you know, is the best tool. In court, we are having to be in court pretty significantly right now. The county funded I'm not correct. Just a moment. Court-appointed attorneys. That's what I'm thinking of. Are limited in our county. We don't have a lot of court-appointed attorneys, and they're often working in other courts. Sometimes they're at the same time in different places. So we're having to split up our schedules a bit. East District Court, we're spending up to about 20 hours a month at the typically max. In West, about 16 hours a month between Steve and I, not both. Technology, I know that the board has heard from IT about some discussion about countywide database program and how I have looked into it, the on-base program. I looked into it. I have also looked in elsewhere. Now, in 2026, the Washington State Administrative Office of the Courts is rolling out a statewide system for our county to jump on. Starting this fall, they're implementing it into the phase 1 agencies. And of course, we're the last phase to get it, unfortunately. And so that's just like the Spokane area is phase 1. Now that's going to encompass also a document system through Odyssey. And then the database program is through Tyler Technologies. That is going to be the courts, superior courts, district courts, adult probation, and juvenile. Will all jump on free to us, which is amazing. And we have access. So if we have a client here on caseload and they're also on caseload up in Spokane for whatever charge, I can see what they're doing and what's going on without having to do a lot of legwork, which is really nice. So that is a system I'm excited to get on.
Sorry.
Raise your hand up first, go ahead.
So when you said we're not in phase 1, what phase are we?
We're the last phase.
Which is?
Phase 6, and we're not,
Good Lord.
we're
2042 or?
January 2026 is what they're predicting. So in the meantime.
Is there any way we can get pushed up in the phases?
So I did talk to Tyler Technologies about, I said, well, I need something kind of in the interim. They did say we can jump on early, but it's going to come at a cost. We would have to pay just from now till the January 2026, and then those costs would stop. Then AOC would pick up those costs.
Backpedaling to the on-base question, if I remember correctly, when we were being pitched on base by the clerk, she was telling us we had 20 licenses, and they were for juvenile and adult probation. And what you're saying is if you have licenses for on base, you're unaware of that because you guys don't use it. Oh, another hand back there.
On-base licenses are for accessing the superior courts. Repository and documents.
Right.
Okay.
So we have licenses that we can go on-base.
On that, and this is a different section of.
Without having to go to the court.
Okay. Okay.
Correct.
So I am interested, if we're gonna be going somewhere in 2026, or that's when it'll start getting paid for, and we have the opportunity to say, pay our way to the front of the line. If we have the chance to pay our way to the front of the line versus create our own, and then we're gonna have to transition in 2026, I mean, I'm sure that's the most logical thing that we could do. The question is how is that gonna look and how much is that gonna cost over time? But I hate rebuilding the wheel multiple times.
Right. And I was planning to have a quote to be at least give you some numbers for the Tyler, but the representative I was talking to had stopped talking to me, so he won't respond in my messages. So
Not encouraging.
that isn't. I'm wondering, I don't know if he left somewhere and then nobody transferred his emails over. I'm not sure, but I'm going to continue to reach out to them and find out more information. In the meantime, I did look at elsewhere to what other probation departments are using. Some people are using law-based technology in Probatum. Probatum is a really affordable web-based program. It's only $50 a month per user. The problem is the difference is that we would have to be converting the data twice if we went with one agency just till 2026, and then we have to convert that data to the Tyler technology, where if we jumped on board with Tyler technology now, then we just have to do upload our current information into that once, because it would all morph into the AOC program.
I like that idea just like you do, but when you present it, I would prefer to be presented choices with recommendation.
Because
I can do
$50 a
that.
month seems pretty
Right.
cheap.
We did get a free trial, so we are checking it out, playing around with it. It's different. It's just changed, but it could do, I think, for what we need.
Say if the other one's 75, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
If the other one's 400 and this is 50, we might have a taxpayer dollar issue there. So yeah,
Right.
just present us with some choices and we'll see what we can do to help you out.
Thank you so much. I will definitely continue to work on those numbers for you.
And also, what Larry created was that an access? What system is that in? Is it just an Excel document?
It's Microsoft Access.
It's access.
It is.
Okay.
It's working well for now. But like I said, if somebody pushes the wrong button,
Don't mind these two.
we get into the back end, and then I don't know how to fix it. I'm not a coder. That was Larry's forte, and we would be like, something's going on. And when it locks us out of the system, it locks everybody out. And to be honest, I don't know if it will lock out juvenile too, because I know juvenile they're kind of very similar systems. So I don't know how I don't know.
We'll get around to them next.
Yeah. And then just for a warning, for the budget, we're doing well. But I think, have to do a supplemental budget coming soon for COLA increases. Plus, there were some errors made by my predecessor, and so I'd like to get those corrected. Would you prefer I wait till July when there may or may not be a change in this department staffing? What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Christopher.
I do, but I'm gonna take whatever guidance our fiscal manager gives you. Whatever she tells you she would like is what I would like.
Okay.
Commissioner Sauter.
Yeah. I think that's good advice.
Okay.
As far as we'll wait. I mean, typically I'd rather sooner rather than later. I'd rather know, especially, and I would like some definitions as far as around what errors, what that means exactly.
Sure.
As far as, because we could have some, which I know you're not, but some departments are like, I made an error. I really meant 2 more FTEs than were in there.
This is a payroll, wages.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
A wages
assuming what
error.
you're talking about. Yeah, the calculations were wrong. Right. That's an error,
Yes.
and that needs to be fixed. But I would defer to the as far as the timing based on the fiscal what we hear back from Jen.
Thank you. Do you gentlemen have any questions for me?
We ask ours all the way through.
Yep. Otherwise we forget. I just want to say, well done.
Thank you so much.
I don't remember sitting through anywhere near as detailed and forthcoming presentation by your predecessor. I wasn't aware of all that you do over there.
Mhm.
So I think this helps us. So I think it's good.
Thank you. That was my goal today, is to be upfront, honest, to give you the most data as I could. And if you feel like I'm lacking in information to give to you, I'm welcome to the feedback. I want to make sure that we have an open communication.
Absolutely.
All right.
You did a great job.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a great day, gentlemen.
All right. Next up, Juvenile Probation Director Tom Atkins.
You got to follow that now.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh man.
Your smile better be as good too.
Yeah, hopefully. Nice to see you guys.
Pleasure.
Very glad to be here to be able to talk with you guys about our department and everything that we've had going on since the first of the year. It's been a scramble to put together the right people that are ready to work and get after it. And who we have right now, I am very pleased with. Everybody is pulling their weight. We're all learning new jobs because we are shorter staffed, but it's been good and everybody has taken to it very well. Our caseload is going up more than what it was during COVID. And I think that's just because we have kids going back to school. They're getting out and about more. Ashley Bryan is running our CASA department, and she's actually splitting 2 counties right now. In Klickitat County, she has 29 kids right now and 15 in Skamania County with 24 volunteers to manage. That being said, Candace Stoller is done this week, and she is our volunteer coordinator. So Ashley's going to have a lot more on her plate here moving forward as far as coordinating
That
everybody.
grant fund ran out. Right?
Exactly, which we were preparing for it to run out, just kind of not this quickly. So what we're doing is we are going to have everybody kind of cross-train in CASA, and so we can help her out if she's, busy with court, whatever. We need to do some training to help the volunteers, whatever that may be, which is something we have not done in the past. It's always been her baby.
How many volunteers did you say in the CASA?
24 volunteers.
For 29 kids?
Yep. So they're pretty overwhelmed, and they're struggling right now because a lot of the cases, there's some very difficult ones right now with domestic violence and things like that, and parents that are using drugs quite heavily. So it's the burden on Ashley is very real, and I know it drags her down quite a bit too. But she does a great job managing it and dealing with everything. So we're working on helping her with that. Candy Wing, she does our diversion kids, and right now she has 9 on diversion, but now she is also doing offenders, and she has 4 offenders, and that ranges from assaults to sex offenses, anything that we kind of have, she's been doing a lot with, as well as helping out in every other aspect of paperwork or everything. She's a person that I can't speak highly enough of her for what she does for our department. So Tim Curran is also one of our new hires. He's been here for about a year now, and he right now, with the way that schools have just got back going, he has 58 truancy kids right now on his caseload. 1 on his chins, which is the child in need of services, and then 5 at-risk youth, as well as 2 offenders that he's starting to pick up. He'll get more offenders eventually as he learns the job a little more. But for right now, the truancy is overwhelming for him because the state has taken away so many of his tools, and now he has to do like community-based boards to try to keep kids in school, have long meetings with them, and 58 plus kids is just a nightmare for him. So he's doing a very good job of it, but there again, Candy's helping him out a bunch. Debbie Stover's helping out a bunch with all of that, and he's doing a really good job. I still have 7 offenders that I work with, and in the past, my last 2 bosses that I've had in the 8 years I've been here, they have not carried a caseload. I enjoy it because I love working with juveniles, and it is, it's been really rewarding for me as far as helping them out. But it's a lot more work too, having to manage the department and everything else that comes with it. We also are doing all the transport still. Candy and Debbie both took a young girl up to treatment in Seattle, so that was quite a jaunt, but that's something that we feel we need to get done to try to help these kids. So as Courtney had said, the mental health has been huge for us, and it's a big problem right now. We have 2 or 3 kids that we've been trying to get into treatment, but there are absolutely 0 mental health facilities around, and these kids are constantly running. One kid I have right now, I've had in 4 drug and alcohol treatment facilities, and he's been kicked out of 3 of them, passed 1, but then relapsed and went back on the run. He needs mental health really bad, but I can't get him in anywhere. So kids like him are super time consuming. As far as work I've done, adult probation and juvenile probation, the big difference is these juveniles, you're working with them, you're working with their parents, you're working with their grandparents, and then you're trying to get them into the mental health treatment, everything else, and it's very time consuming. Whereas adults, you spend time with them, but it's more of a one-on-one with that person, and then they're out the door.
Do you see, I have to sensitively ask this question. Do you have juveniles do you have, in your juveniles, do you have a group or a large group of a certain age that you're just tracking them as they grow?
Yes.
There's a bubble.
Yeah. So
where is that bubble in age?
Usually right about middle school, that 12 to 13 year, we start seeing them come onto our radar. I think that's what you're kind of referring to, like.
Well,
when we start.
I would imagine you have so many 10-year-olds, so many 12, so many 14, so many. Is there a big block of 12-year-olds 3 years ago that are now 15
Oh, for sure.
today?
Yeah.
So there's a balloon, there was something going on in one class.
Right.
10 years ago,
Yep.
and there was a bunch
And
of
so,
offenders.
yeah, so
I'm
with
trying to figure out
juveniles,
what age that bubble is.
we can't charge, or excuse me, our prosecutor doesn't charge any under 12 years of age. So once they hit that 12-year mark, that's when we really start seeing them more on our caseload. Tim Kern will see them like in truancy stuff because his goes all the way through primary school and everything. So we kind of start tracking them a little bit and we know about them. That's the big difference between our county and other counties. We are so involved with our schools and everything else that, you know, if they have a kid that's kind of acting up and getting on the radar, they'll start calling us to say, hey, what can we do to help this kid?
You
Or
can
before
kinda
he
see 'em
even comes
coming.
on. Right, exactly. But right now, our group, we have a couple 13, 14-year-olds where that's the group right now that we're kind of watching them, and they're starting to do some things. So, yeah. As far as everything else goes, we got moved into our new building. We really like it over there. Temporary building. We do like it over there, though. It's an upgrade for sure from our other building, so we're very pleased with that. And the only thing is budget-wise, I think we're really good. We got, I think, $400 to spare, so we made it.
Woohoo, you can buy some stamps.
Yeah, exactly. So the only other thing would be, like I said, we got a couple of these boomerang kids that keep coming in and out of detention that are just eating up our detention budget. Last I checked, we had 65 days left, and that needs to make it until July when the new one kicks over. So hopefully we're very conscientious of who goes to detention and who doesn't. We have electronic home monitoring that we can use so that, you know, if it's a iffy kid, we'll definitely try them on the electronic home monitor first before they ever go to detention. So other than that, do you guys have any questions?
I don't, I asked mine.
Commissioner Sauter.
The 58 truancies, how are those sprinkled throughout the county? I mean, is it pretty uniform? Is there more of an issue in certain areas?
We, I don't know what the problem was with Goldendale, whether it was the new vice principal there, but Tim just got like 20-something dropped on his lap the other day. So, yeah, it's sprinkled all throughout. I mean, he has them everywhere other than like, you know, Bickleton, Glenwood. They kind of do a good job of handling everything on their own somehow. I don't know what they're doing, but they do a pretty good job. So, yeah, white salmon in here are the predominant places though. Mm-hmm.
I don't have any questions.
I don't either.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
You too.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Mr. Pratt. Another one of our shining stars.
Hell, I don't know about that, but. Yeah. And you received
Email.
emails from me. Well, I feel for juvenile probation. I'm a former resource officer, so school resource officer, so a little bit of. So attached, or the training page, I thought it would be beneficial for you to show that, you know, the training that I'd had in 2021. I won't go down through that, but you've got that to view there. 4 cases were closed this previous month, 2 involving septic issue, and those were resolved successfully. 1 case from 2013. There's a new owner again on these. It's the owner that the complaint is on, and so I didn't feel that we can transfer that to the owner. They had been notified in the previous from 2013, and that was for a building permit issue. If the case where they did issue a letter where it was against the property, then that case is kind of in limbo. I mean, it's just kept. And then one case from 2004, statute of limitations issue with that. So there are 10 pending cases. So these are basically 4 of them are building permits will expire sometime during this year. One is a conditional use permit. They're working with the planning department after I had contacted them. 5 on-site septic. So I'm waiting for the updates from the health department on those. A lot of the weather issues have stopped the progress of those. So there are 15 active cases. The solid waste cases, the 5 of them, progress is being made in 4 of them. In fact, 1 is almost completely cleaned up. Now, I'll preface that with I was hoping to be able to use Title 8.14 to enforce instead of the cumbersome issue of going through the nuisance abatements. And I know we had discussed that before. And from a meeting this morning with the prosecutor's office pointed out that basically that inciting 8.14.020 is that those are for entities that are required a permit that have waste facilities or creating waste facilities. So so on private property, somebody's got, hauled vehicles on there. I can't use that title on there to enforce that.
So you'd have to go through the nuisance.
Have to go through the nuisance, yeah. And I've got, and like I've discussed before, I have a slew of cases that were stopped because a letter, was put against the property, or there's a lien, or in the case of, I think it was 2019, it was a bid came in for $32,000 for the cleanup, and but again, we've discussed that in the past. So so going back to the active cases I'm working, so 4 junkyards /wrecking yards, 3 are making good progress. 1, there's some civil litigation going on, so I'm trying to hold off on that and not get involved.
What is making good progress? Do you actually see vehicles being removed, or?
Yeah, so either in a couple of them, like one where they are in a commercial zoning, they do want to have a wrecking yard, junkyard. That's what his business is. He's got a state license, but he did not get the wrecking license, which is regulated by the state. He wanted to have some vehicles to be inspected, and then was informed by the sheriff's department, right? So that he has to have the wrecking license in order to do this. So, but I'm working with him, and he has the information. It's slow going. The other thing is he's still continuing to erect the fence. He's got the first, front portion of it. Still working on site. He did remove any of that stuff from the public right of way. It was at the back of the property. So that those junk vehicles and some other scrap has been removed from that.
So he's working to turn it into a legal junkyard.
Right.
Are any of them saying, whoops, I don't want to be a junkyard, and hauling cars away?
No. Well, yeah, one previous case where they actually moved vehicles in to have a wrecking yard, and they actually had sent me the dissolution from the state Department of Licensing because he can't have it in that zoning. He doesn't want to go through the process of the change in use permit, and he doesn't have he came up with the number of $20,000 in order to erect a fence as well. I mean, so the change of use permit, he has to have that anyway, but he doesn't have the money to do the fence. So, so in that case, he dissolved the business. So now, if it's to go back and say, okay, now you have to remove those 30-some cars, but it's got to go through the nuisance abatement. I can't go through the regular solid waste title, so 4 permit issues, 2 dealing with mobile home placement permits, 1 concerning construction of an unpermitted house, and 1 case deals with an unpermitted living area in a commercial building. Again, in the commercial building one, that there's a sale that is pending in that. The people that are wanting to buy the property understand that they have to get the conditional use permit. And the people that are renters in the building were there prior to them, make an offer to buy the property. So I'm waiting, right now, waiting to see what the transaction is. They're assuring me that they are buying the property. It's just a matter of continue to follow up and see where they're at on that. And then their idea is they don't want to have renters in that commercial building at all. So, but that's for a different issue because they've got to go through eviction and all that. So that's not. So the other cases, one is a planning violation of sign and outdoor lighting. I'm still working with the owners on this. This is a commercial property. There's going to be some snags on this, I think. Light meter issues. There are people in the neighborhood that like the added auxiliary lights at night. They think it adds to the security of the neighborhood. And there are others, obviously the complainants have a different take on that. So I don't know if it's going to be a matter of trying to get everybody together and let's come to some agreement. The owner had told me that they were working to put shields, particularly on the outside lighting, not the store sign, which is lit at night, but the other lighting around the building. That was brand new lighting prior to COVID shutdown. And there's been a number of issues that she's had in order to get those skirting or shrouds, or if you will, to keep the light pointing down versus going out to surrounding properties. During some training that I had, some online training for co-compliance for officer safety, I learned that there are 12 officers since 1997 in the United States that have been killed in the line of duty. Most of those are gunshot deaths and numerous injuries. I found it interesting that, I don't know if you're aware about the 2 Whatcom County deputies.
I totally read your.
Yeah, so February 10th, 2022, 2 Whatcom County deputies were shot after responding to a shots fired call. The interesting part about that all started with a code compliance violation. The neighbor was burning garbage, and my understanding is the other neighbor got upset about it because it was, the smell was coming into his house, pulled out a shotgun, shot around towards or above the neighbor, I'm not sure there. And so then sheriff's department is called, and that's how that.
So it wasn't the guy burning the garbage?
No.
It was the neighbor?
Right. Yeah, so. Any questions, or, I know it's short, but.
So we're pretty much down to 15 active cases from what we had at almost 200.
Yeah, and again, a lot of that was, like I had said before, the statute of limitations, where these cases haven't been working over 3 years. And then, not even on some of them not being able to, it's basically got to start over on those.
Well, I hate to advertise for more work for you because I don't really want to go that route.
I do have an ongoing file of people who are turning in complaints. And now I've got to look at these as nuisance particularly, people with Hulk vehicles, garbage, and that kind of stuff. And so I've got to wait for a second property owner on each complaint to, turn in a complaint, and then I can open up an official investigation. So I will say that we did a preemptive, well, let me back up. So last week, there was a verbal complaint that came into the building department. They passed it on to me. I contacted the person, and it turned out it was somebody, they had put in a building application, for a permit. And the permit, in fact, the plans were still under review. They went ahead and started doing the building. All the walls were framed in. Long story short, after a conversation with myself and with the director of building department, he stopped building, and he's waiting for his permit to be issued. So I look at that as a success, at least in the short term, if not long term. So.
Thank you.
Questions?
Nope.
Okay.
Go forth and do good work.
You want consent?
Please, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the recommendation to pull item number 7 to vote on separately.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second for the consent agenda minus item number 7. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Would you like to do anything about number 7?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve consent agenda item number 7.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve agenda item number 7. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Let the record show that the consent agenda item number 7 passes with the majority vote. Anybody want to do payments?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pay estimate number 3 to Southern Folger Contracting in the amount of $10,235.68, less $538.72 for retainage, including tax of $808.08, for a total due to the contractor of $11,043.73 for the rolling security door.
You said 76 cents, right?
76 cents, $11,043.76.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve pay estimate number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pay estimate number 1 final to Pacific Northwest Environmental in the amount of $37,175.44, less $1,858.77 for retainage, including tax of $2,788.16, for a total due to the contractor of $38,104.83 for the courthouse first floor asbestos removal.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve pay estimate number 1 to Pacific Northwest Environmental. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. We got one more big one. Yeah.
Oh.
Look in there. Time sheets permit. It might be in the box.
We went through it, it's still in there.
Then I don't know how long your word pending is gonna be, and if you guys wanna swap word pending with elected or, but that might be executive to give us a hint. So I don't know if he wants to wait around.
Prosecutor Cannell, do you have anything for executive session? Would you like to give us an update, or do you have anything for your update? You'll defer? Okay. He did.
I'll do the bills
Thank
now
you.
if you want. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants in the amount of $283,758.47 and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $688,025.55 for the date ending March 14th, 2022.
I will second that.
There's a motion and a second to pay the payroll warrants. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, let's move on to board pending. We've got Director McClure and our Natural Resources and Economic Development staff, if you'd like to come forward. We'll start with you guys since you're here.
Mostly we were here because it was mentioned that this topic of the mill might come up during board pending, so
Yeah.
listen and maybe participate in that conversation. If there is one. Indicated this morning there was a proposal presented to the community when the county went down and talked to them about redevelopment of that mill site, so.
Do you have any idea what, you've got the email that was forwarded, right? You sent that to him.
All
so-
I have is Courtney's email and
Courtney's
the packets
email.
that were in there.
Right.
I have
So would
that.
you like to describe kind of what really
How we
happened down
got
there?
here and.
I think it was
No, that was good.
accurately.
That was good notes. I was very pleased to
Yes.
see them, but
Yeah.
for me, history, how we got to this point, what was the plan, what is the plan, what is the board's opinion of the plan? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was hoping to have a discussion as far as get a check-in with the board as far as what our direction. And I shouldn't necessarily have linked up other county property in the mill site potentially. I was just trying to look for economy of scale more than anything. But as far as the mill site, the meeting, I think Whitney did an excellent job of synthesizing the evening. I thought it was accurate as far as we had pretty good turnout. Folks showed up. I was a little, at least I was unaware. I don't believe we were really aware with other than just some really at the last minute that the adjacent landowner, Mary Hanlon, that owns the property to the north. Yeah,
Where the smokestack is?
Where the smokestack owns the smokestack and the hillside there had asked for some time since the presentation was going to take place to make a presentation, and so we were like, yeah, that would be fine. And so she had actually gone through, she brought an architect with her. They had some kind of preliminary ideas as far as on her property, but also on the county's property for a potential, vision, I guess. It was not anything super concrete. She had something as far as she presented it, and I think we have those slides, so we can, I don't know if that's what's in the packet. Okay, good. In there as far as with the, RV spaces, tent camping, commercial space, different things on there. And she had, which I was glad to hear that she had involved several community members in the kind of the planning stages she didn't want to waste everybody's time coming up with some idea for the property that was that the community didn't want. And so she kind of came up with what she was looking for. So it was. The question I have as far as kind of what the next steps are, we heard, and I did hear from, we heard from people, I mean, it wasn't testimony, they were just talking, but I also did talk to some folks after the meeting and before the meeting. And it was, of the ones that were there, it was pretty clear the community wanted the county to keep some involvement just to kind of help direct what happened with the property. Because it was explained to them as far as the typical process of if we just declared it surplus and put it out, it goes out to bid, highest bidder. We don't really have any say over who gets it, what they do with it, other than the zoning and what you can actually do with any property. And at least from the folks that were there, were really uncomfortable with that. They wanted it to have some more direction towards something, just because just the concern that either someone would do something that was incompatible with what the community wanted, or they didn't do anything with it, that it just got bought, sat on, and they want to see development on that property. And so the question is kind of what are the next steps on that, as far as what's the direction we want to go, and are there ways? And I was just, again, I'm just spitballing. I'm just thinking that, one way we could look at is something similar model that we used, or actually was used before it was in process when I got here, was at the airport property where we did an RFP, what we wanted to see there had already been kind of decided by the time I got there, as far as the golf course development and the other stuff going on the airport property. And then the airport did an RFP and just said, hey, these are the things, what are the proposals? And when I came on board, I think that was one of the first things we did, is we were evaluating the different proposals we got from different folks. And we selected one group that, obviously no golf course has been built, no development has happened, but that was the process that we went through. And then based on that, we chose RFP, we chose the winners of the RFP, entered into an MOU to enter into a lease for the development and negotiated the terms and how much and blah, 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 and all the different stuff we want to see. Ultimately, that didn't happen. And we're here, 16 years later with still nothing happened. I don't want to see, when I say the model, I'm just saying that might be a one way of having it where we still have, we can kind of decide what we want to see happen to that and do an RFP that gets, anybody that's interested, and then we choose the direction and whether it's a long-term lease or I don't know. That would be things that have to get worked out as far as, so I don't know, the development of that process at the airport was before my time. And so I don't know how that happened. But that would be one potential, or we honestly have to have the discussion about is that the direction we want to go? That's what we heard that night, but that was a pretty limited sampling from the community. It's in line with kind of my own personal thoughts, but I think that should come to the board and we should decide and again, this all is on the assumption that we are going to close out the last remaining, or free up the title, because at this point, we don't have any jurisdiction over any of it to determine it's final until the juniors are taken care of and we pay that off. And so that would be the first decision, is, are we going to do that? Which my sense is yes, but I don't think we've taken official action to that. We have to appropriate the money to do that. And then go through that process and then decide how are we going to dispose of it, or are we going to dispose of it, just put it out there, or are we going to do more of that kind of process so we can kind of keep our fingers in the pie, so to speak, and direct where it goes. Unrelated kind of is just as a follow-up, and again, I shouldn't have necessarily put them together, especially in light of the discussions from Jeff this morning on the RCO funding that might be available for planning purposes, was invited to the Dallasport Community Council on Thursday. Did go, again, getting a lot of interest in starting some kind of planning process. And I was just, again, spitballing, was thinking about, I know they have it in Oregon. I don't know that we have, and I asked our local Oregonian, so Rob, do I hear him running down the hall? No, he'll be here soon. Because I had noticed in the Dalles, they had used these before, where they have graduate students, they have folks, maybe landscape architects or somebody that come in as kind of a summer intern kind of thing and do a project where they go into a community and they're not full-fledged professionals, but they're not just me with my napkin drawing things. Oh, what do you think about this or whatever? And so they do have that program. But that's with, I think it's OSU over in Oregon, and they get a volunteer. So the city of the Dalles has used it a lot, extensively over the years, to just do some community-based planning processes as far as to get ideas. And so I was just kind of percolating on, is there something we can do? Typically, our planning department is on overload now. I can hear the more stomping down here some more, but where I don't want to put one more thing on there, because these are planning processes, but I don't know that we need planner, somebody with a planning degree, a planning thing. We got lots on our plate to do. Is there something that we could do in these? Because we're getting more and more of these requests for this kind of stuff, and we're going to have to either say we just can't do it. We just don't have the capacity in-house with staff. I'm not a big fan of hiring consultants for these things, because I think as far as they're expensive, and I don't know that you actually get much for it. So I was just wanted to bring this up and introduce it. Yeah, brainstorming.
I mean, for the people on this side of the county know that I'm trying to work on a splash pad and a redo for the park, and it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't add. I thought
It's kind of the right, and I get it, and it's the same thing. You're in that planning phase. Who's going to draw up the architecturals and do the bid estimates and that kind of thing, without swamping either planning or public works during the winter when they might have time. So no, I was encouraged that there might be something out there as a planning grant, because I've looked and I can't find it. So I can find some private money sources here and there but even they kind of want the architecturals, right? So it's almost community money that has to pay for the planning, if there's not this. So no, I was encouraged with that, because same scenario, like I've mentioned before, hopefully now, once, knock on wood, if we get this last radio tower up, we can divert a few of those community development dollars away from the radio and back to community development projects. So future discussion for a future budget. But no, I think I think parks in the areas of the county, different discussion than the mill project. But yeah, no, I'm in favor. We are doing will be doing a community regional park plan, you might say. So it will have Goldendale, it'll have Parks and Rec, it'll have the observatory. I don't know what interest you guys may have of having it a wider ranging.
Who's doing? Who's we?
So I went to city council and asked them to form a subcommittee, since the main one with the splash pad is a city park, so they will be the one that has to sign the grant forms. So they developed a subcommittee, because they need to redo their park plan anyway. Since we're doing the Goldendale Reds and doing everything as kind of a broader collaboration base, then we decided to bring in county. I will be there, Richard will be there, Parks and Rec, hopefully get them on board, observatory on board. It hasn't been formed yet, and that's kind of what I'm saying. If there's interest, I can approach this as a larger, or we can use those documents to go into a countywide larger, because there is merit when you put in a grant that you have a parks plan, and it isn't just a wild hair for one little area. So just throwing that out there.
Right, because I think one of the things that I have, discovered with looking at different it is a chicken and egg thing, is that granting agencies, which I understand, nobody's going to give you Like, well, here's some money, now figure out what you want to do with it. It's like, you got to come with at least a preliminary, some kind of at least rudimentary idea of what you want to do, how it fits, do you have site control, what's it going to cost, who's going to manage it? And there's a discussion about all of that as far as, and I was clear with, and I have been clear with communities, as far as like county parkland, part of the consideration is that is an ongoing expense to maintain it. Once you do it, if it's on our system, that's got to be paid for. And that's, people need to have their eyes open about that. Because, you know, a lot of time a grant's great to build the swing set or the tennis court or the whatever. But it costs money every year to keep that up. And we need to just know that, as far as, because that is going to be part of the board's deliberation on what we want to see.
For the Dallasport
Yeah.
project, that's exactly the case. The same as for
Right.
mine and the Goldendale project can throw you up a splash pad, but if the pipe breaks, it's your pipe.
Right.
You know, your guy has to go turn the water on and off.
Right. And I don't want to get the cart before the, I mean, in some ways I don't think that means all those problems have to be worked out. All I'm looking for is, I think I'm getting requests from communities to just plan and talk about what they want to do. And I would like to figure out a way to do that with the understanding that just planning and talking doesn't mean we're going to do everything that everybody's planning. And talk is cheap. And it's the only thing that's cheap right now. And you have to figure out a way to sustainably operate these things. And, you know, when we're hearing from citizens, don't raise my taxes, don't do all this, make somebody else pay for it. It's like, I'm sorry, the reality is, if you want these services, they have to be paid for. And as you said, you know, the landfill's ability to just backfill and cover all that is tapped out. It's done. It's not going away. It just cannot absorb any more unfunded projects. That pretty much from this point forward, everything's got to be self-funded, unless something falls out of the sky that we don't know about in some way.
No, I'm encouraged by the conversation down there too, because I think they need a park down there as well, so.
May I, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
No, just asking, I mean. Sooner or later, I'll let you wear yourselves down. What I meant was, what really happened was, we had what we thought was going to be happening down there, and then the Hanlon came in, and that was a completely different conversation, I think, than where it looked like you were planning on going with that, which also goes to show the fact that somebody's willing to show up and is willing to bring an architect and put in the time and has, as a neighboring landowner, to me, that's like a golden nugget sitting there, that we don't need to pay for the planning and do all the planning if the community and the neighbors and the money are already there interested. And like you, I agree with the community that if we keep our hand on that dial so that we can help direct that with an RFP versus just putting it up for sale, maybe we can get more work maybe out of the Hanlon property for her to actually move forward with her plans if it's a large enough project. Because she brought forward plans for our property, but did she bring forward the plans for her property at the same time?
There was some, but it was
That crafting.
right, foundry
thing was on her side.
Right.
But
a lot of it was on our side of the line.
Right.
And some of that, I have to be honest, you start looking at the maps and what they plan on doing, and, you know, building a $2 million swimming pool in Klickitat, I think is a pipe dream, but some of that I think is possible, and some of it I think is not so possible. So just being realistic.
Right. That was that was a placeholder. That was something they stuck there.
Or encouragement for people to get behind it. That might happen 20 years from now.
So what I'm kind of getting, and I wasn't there at the meeting, but what I was getting at is the original thought that we pay off the juniors and we get it in our hands. We finish everything with any remediation and we do an RFP like what we did before. But this time, once we enter into the MOU, we say, you know, if you say you're going to do this, you're going to do it. And if you don't perform, here are the repercussions.
Put some timelines or something.
And if we do it kind of like that, it might push the neighboring landowners to clean up their properties as well and bring in the dollars. You know, I was pleasantly surprised by at our last meeting where City of John Day showed how much money they can bring in grants and everything. And this is a primary example of something that could happen much like that, where you've got enough public land there and you've got the private land and you can do something good for the community that's been long overdue. So if that's kind of the direction I feel would be great if we could lead and start directing staff to, that's kind of where we're going with regards to, and I'll switch over now with regards to Dowsport and the triangle piece and the airport and our other piece. For me, that triangle piece, if we can do the same thing in RFP with the direction that we would like to see, you know, some sort of affordable type of housing situation on that parcel. And we would love people's, you know, all the different proposals that private money wants to come in and do with this. And whether we put some sort of park that's a part of that, or I would much rather see when they redesigned the terminal building at the airport, building a park there. I was in South Carolina a couple of weeks ago, and this airport had the cafe and a playground, and it literally was driving people to the airport, and it was really well done. And I'd rather see that kind of a park there than in this little community. But either way. So I see there's options there, and if we could switch and mix and match, but the same thing. We don't have the money. We're not going to go out and bond to do this stuff. There's lots and lots of private money out there right now that's looking for places to park it. And if you can park it in an asset creator or something that's going to give you an ROI that's worthwhile, I think that we should be jumping on that with our available properties.
So just out of curiosity, so no public-private partnership on that, on the Klickitat mill site? Or do you still want me to continue to try and nail
Well,
that down?
as
on
far
what
as
that would look
define what you mean by that.
So at the community meeting, they were Mary Hanlon's property. They were specifically looking at doing potentially a public-private partnership. And so they kept mentioning that. They do that on the Oregon side. We don't really do that as much on the Washington side. And the ones that I looked up, we do with Curb, where they partner up with the local taxing jurisdiction like a port. But I'm still researching on what that would look like if we do a public-private partnership. So that would include costs like who's in charge of the O&M, since it's going to remain on county property. You know, if we're going to maintain control of that or not, or if it's just going to be out on a type of lease or something. Are we still looking at like an RFP more like the airport?
Yeah, I like the RFP more. I worry about maintaining control and operation and being responsible for the legal. And, you know, not that I'm opposed to it, but a private partnership is a little harder for me.
I think I need more definition of
what they want.
What that mean. I mean, because I think people interchangeably use, like, I think of in a broad sense, a public-private is public, you know, if we're like, I think of what the model was supposed to be at the airport, that is a public-private partnership in my vocabulary, meaning the public kept its ownership. In this case, it was a lease, but the management, operation, and everything would have been operated by a private entity. Right. In a way that was, we kind of agreed to. But I think there are some legal or specific as far as what public-private partnerships are too. So I don't know if what Ms. Hanlon is, if she's talking about, because Oregon does have some specific language that's different, that we don't have a similar, at least in my experience in Washington, the same type of tools that they have in Oregon. And we may not be talking the same language. When I'm talking public-private, I'm talking kind of an RFP, keeping some, you know, a way that, you know, the private sector is actually doing the project, operating the project. There's some return that comes back to the public for its asset that's in it, because they have to, we can't just give it away. We have to get, I think that's what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what she or they, that group is talking about. So I'm not opposed. I just think, when I'm saying I don't think I'm supportive of just divesting of it, meaning no, like we just put it up for the highest bidder and they want it, they buy it and they build whatever they want on it. I don't think that's consistent with what the community wants. They want to keep some direction in the, and that doesn't mean you can change the direction or manage what's, because you agree to, if the airport if that had gone and the golf course got, I'm not going to be out there. Well, we think you should be mowing the lawn, twice as often, or you're not putting enough water on green number 19. It's, no, that's not what I mean.
I agree with your definition.
Yeah.
I just worry that, I wouldn't say worry, it's concerned that there might be another definition, that they're looking for big financial, paying for half the project. And in turn, we get a monthly check. There's a little different there, and it depends on the scope, but I'm kind of fine with his idea and fleshing that part out.
Mary comes from that Oregon side, and I know, the locals, especially like with regards to affordable housing, when they're doing these large complexes and they get millions of dollars, they pump a lot of public dollars into these projects. And that's not what we're talking about here. No, we're going to put it up for an RFP. You give us your proposals. We'll pick the group we want the most. And it's just like with the Forest Service or any other governmental agency, you're leasing that land and you're going to go do what you say you're going to do with it. And then you'll pay us our pittance, yeah. But it's still going to be better for the community. So it's still a win for the public, or in the public's best interest. And that's the way I see it. If that gives you some direction, Richard.
That does, thank you.
So we're not paying for the pool.
Yes, well,
I'm confident to say no. That's a hard pass.
We'll not be paying to take down
And
the
that was
last
my,
building.
that actually helps me out a lot, because when you go with a lease, that's totally different. When we think about CURB doing a grant loan combination for, like, let's say the Port of Klickitat will own the building and everything, but they also own all of the O&M and all the expenses that go with it, with the promise that whatever, increase in value that the company will bring is good for the community, right? And so what I was thinking in my mind when I think of, at least here locally, a public-private partnership is, we build the swimming pool and we're in charge of the O&M, and then they bring in the job, so to speak. And so in my mind, I was like, I'm not.
That's not what I'm.
Our RFP is a little bit different, so.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. And I would encourage, flesh out the language with council too, that we may be thinking about doing something that we can't even do, which we have done before. I have great ideas. It's like, yeah, you can't do that.
It might be good to start there.
Yeah, it might be good to start there.
Okay, any other questions for our esteemed natural resources and economic development staff? No? All right, thank you all.
Well, thank you, Commissioners.
And thank you guys for setting up the meeting. It sounds like it was super positive. Wish it could have been there.
I have a quick word pending.
Yep.
Tips for country living. There are no handbooks. There's no
there's none
printed
left.
documents. Hasn't been for a while. Lynn went through and redid it, I want to say a year or so ago, just kind of updated it, checked with all the departments. It's all posted on the website, but there is no professional documents. She believes building did it before. McClure says he never had a hand in it. So I'm looking for board's interest to direct Lynn with the building department to reach out to a publisher to give us some costs on what that step would be if we want to make a box. There may be even funding in that budget that might be able to be used since they are down a staff person.
And then are we gonna give them away to the realtors, or what do you think?
Wherever. I mean, they could be in the brochures on the wall, they could be given to realtors, they could be given to, you know, they'd obviously be handed out up there when people get a permit to build a house or something.
Right.
Anywhere you can get them, the better, but at least it's a official document that you don't tell somebody to go on the website and print it, because they'll never do that. So I'm just looking to see before I tell staff to do something, if there's interest in
Yeah.
at least fleshing that out.
Yeah, I'd be curious what it would cost to do another printing as far as
Did we give them all away?
That's hard to believe they're not in the move, because I swear we had a box of them in the commissioner's office not that
Nobody
many
that I've talked to has
decades ago.
seen a single one. Everybody went looking for an old one to give me, and they
Yeah.
couldn't even find it.
Oh, I bet I have one somewhere at home, an old one.
Right.
Because it used to be when you got your building permit, they just gave you one.
Right. And that's kind of my.
But I got a bunch of them, and it's like,
Oh,
thanks,
so
I
you
don't
got the
need it.
whole-
I have 12 of them now. Every time I got a permit for something.
Read it again.
Yeah, read it again.
Like I said,
Did
and
you change it?
obviously,
No.
if we went that fashion before we printed them, we would go back through and
Yeah.
make sure it had everything everybody had.
I
just didn't
still
wanna
think
waste
in
their time.
2015, we printed some out once,
I thought
because
so.
all the departments were asked to give our updates, and I thought we did a
Did
whole
another
run.
printing. Yeah, I think so too, but I don't know. They got lost in the,
transcript.
they're in a desk somewhere that's gonna get, when we surplus those, they'll be like, what's
They're in
this?
a
There's a whole
filing
box.
cabinet down there.
They're in one of those
Probably.
filing cabinets.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Sauter, do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay, we're gonna move on to elected officials report. Prosecuting Attorney David Cannell. I got your email. And it looks like it's gonna take a while to read.
It's 52 pages.
Yeah.
It's not as good as ours. I'm just telling you. I was scanning it.
So that was the response
Yeah.
solicited by the Supreme Court for, in opposition to the petition for review. The court is pretty much fully reopened at this point. The Superior Court dropped its, consistent with the state, its mask mandate effective on Saturday. Luckily, none of us were here on Saturday and Sunday to enjoy that, but.
I was.
In court.
I was on Saturday.
But Monday morning. So everything's going to full effect. Well, hopefully, I don't know yet if they're going to be re-engineering the courtroom. Right now, they have several of the jurors separated that sit behind the attorneys. It's not ideal in many, many ways. We did have another felony trial last week on a felony assault in violation of protection order. Unfortunately, the jury came back on the reduced charge of violating the protection order. I'm still somewhat mystified by that one. Plugging along, the filings have ticked up slightly. We're still historically at pretty low filing numbers that commenced, as you can imagine, about two years ago. The activity has not substantially picked up, and some of the referrals we're getting are relatively minor allegations. The district court load is pretty consistent. We are seeing an influx of more. District court, again, is a court of limited jurisdiction. It only handles misdemeanors, so lower level offenses, so more what the law deems as more minor violations of the law, some of the minor assaults and so forth. And we've definitely seen uptick on that, as well as, at least anecdotally, an uptick on some of the DUIs. Most of those are substantially delayed, though, if there's any allegation of controlled substance or THC, or if the breath machine malfunctions, they have to seek a blood draw. The turnaround time for the analysis of the blood is 12 to 14 months.
What?
So that's been the case for some time now.
Really?
So if someone's arrested without a blood draw test, we have to dismiss that citation and refile 12 to 14 months later when we get the blood draw. And that can lead to a lot of problems. One of the prime examples being that the individual alleged to have been under the influence and ran into the gas lines at the mouth of the Hood River. There was a blood draw. We got the blood draw back about 2 months ago. The citing officer and the officer that collected the evidence resigned in protest over Inslee's mandate is not cooperating with us. So we, at this point, don't think there's going to be any ability to prosecute that individual, which is unfortunate.
So just so I understand, this is the one that they damaged the gas line. There was no gas in White Salmon, Bingen,
about a
Hood River,
week,
the whole Hood River Valley for days and days during super cold weather at the holiday,
Right.
at Christmas. And
Very frustrating. And this is a result of multitude of failures on multiple levels.
so there really are no consequences for anything anymore.
Well, a year later, if we still have officers willing to cooperate, sure.
So the answer is
Oh.
no.
Yeah, so the answer is no.
In this
case by
instance.
case,
In this instance.
But it
right.
wasn't our officer. Was it a state trooper then?
State trooper,
And is he's no longer a trooper?
no.
Okay, so, and he's just giving the middle finger.
There was some aborted contacts recently when he surfaced to apply for an agency in another jurisdiction. The local sergeant of the state patrol informed him of some of the issues that both Community County and I have been having with obtaining his cooperation. And he had one attempt to contact us at that point, but ended up in exchanging voicemails with no connection. So we'll try again here shortly.
Okay.
So
there's still hope at least.
possibility, right? The time, the delay in time has a negative effect on holding people accountable.
Just
right.
if I may, I'm just kind of curious. Does the gas company have a civil remedy? Is that available
Oh,
to
sure,
them?
absolutely.
Okay.
And
Because
actually
there must have
much-
been significant.
Much lower standard of proof too, but
Okay.
the vast majority of criminal defendants are largely judgment proof. Right. On a contested civil suit, best case scenario, spend 10,000. Worst case scenario, hundreds of thousands of dollars to obtain a judgment that, again, is a piece of paper. So progressing along those lines, we're still short a deputy. We had a couple recent applications, and they kind of fizzled out when it got to the logistics of relocation to Goldendale. Both backed out at that point. So that's been going on almost for a year now. It is causing some pretty substantial issues. We have taken steps to reduce some of the caseload we have. We're now preemptively reducing suspended license tickets to the infractions of no valid operating license. This is saving us considerable amount. We're one of the last counties that did this. It's saving our staff considerable time. It's also saving the county a considerable amount of money and court-appointed attorneys not being appointed on those, especially a couple of folks down on the west end where we're now routinely billing the county nearly $1,000 for every routine suspended license ticket because they would file their stock motions. There's been issues with the Department of Licensing on the adequacy of their notice to individuals of their license being suspended. The actual notice is not required, but they need to make a proper mailing to the last known address provided to Department of Licensing. There's issues on verification of that. And there's just a compounding of breakdowns. That was about 40% of the caseload.
Really? No
Yeah,
valid operating.
the suspended license were a pretty big deal. It wasn't that much of an issue up here on the East District Court, but the two district courts have different ways of doing things and different costs, and I'm not willing to have one policy in one court and not the other. Progressing along those lines, we do have the civil side is exploding quite a bit. Backtrack a little bit. It was, I'm sure you'll share my sentiment. It was very refreshing and enjoyable getting a candid, honest presentation from the probation department as to actual numbers and actual workload. The numbers that you heard today were consistent with my experience the last 8 years as the elected prosecutor. I think the county's definitely on the right track on several aspects on that. That's wonderful. The civil side is becoming quite a bit. Rebecca is very busy. I'm at this point probably about 3/4 of my time is consumed on the civil side, which is vastly more than I think what I signed up for. It's the potential is worse because there are several projects that we are long overdue, are years overdue. The updates for the shoreline management, we're now 9 years behind our deadline. The comprehensive plan updates, the need to improve our processes for utilization and hearings officers, our appeal process, and both the SEEP and conditional use permit. There's a multitude of issues that need rectified quickly, at least progress being made. And I've been saying this for a while. I feel like I'm forced to get a little more public in my frustration that we're not getting more movement among some of these projects, and it's causing great vulnerability to the county for processing and defending the actions taken by the county. So there was a comment made earlier. I normally don't respond to blatant lies and falsehood, but I just find it completely unacceptable that somehow my office is colluding with any entity to be against any group of citizens or the interests of the county. This is nonsense and lies. Just nonsense and lies, and it's pathetic. And it's very frustrating and demoralizing. That my deputy sat in the middle of a table with two attorneys flanking her at equidistant, and somehow a lie is being spun that is somehow evidence of some sort of collusion. If that attorney was cordial and civil with the other attorneys before and after, that's called professionalism. And I expect it from my staff. We're not here to put on a theater of protest. And we're very cognizant of the time that my staff spends, the time that we're imposing on other departments and offices. Unfortunately, other people are not, to complain about tax burdens and oppression from the county while they're diverting hours and hours on a weekly basis from public officials and their employees that need to do their job under the statutes and benefit the rest of the constituents. People ought to be ashamed of themselves of some of the conduct that's occurring. At least be honest in your criticism and direct it to the relevant parties that are responsible for making the decision. And in some instances, it's not you folks. You are not a body that can just be subject to political intimidation and bullying to deprive people of their property rights and their due process rights under the law. It's unfortunate that we have constituents that seem to envision a system of politburos where individuals' property rights are subject to the whims and the dictates of their neighbors. That's not how property rights work. That's not how due process works. We are a nation of laws, and we are here to follow the process of our laws. So leave it at that. We do have several ongoing cases. If you want to discuss them in any further detail, I'll have to go on executive. So I'll defer to you, gentlemen.
I would like an update on, maybe a quick executive. I don't want to take too much of your time.
So I want to, before we do that, I get what you're saying, and we need a path forward to deal with these things. And so my first thought was, do we need to get you and the chairman or one of us together so that we can sit down and make the plan of how we're going to address these structural deficiencies in our policies and procedures? And or is it maybe Rebecca or both of you, so that we can get this game plan and done, and we can sit down and start hashing these things out?
My perspective is that we've spent quite a bit of time, especially in the last couple of months, trying to formulate game plans and moving forward on priorities. We could, but we're not going to simply formulate new policies and procedures for other offices and departments without their buy-in and cooperation and involvement, and that to me is obvious. So one of the frustrations that's occurring is that we spend the time in these more informal discussions and regarding prioritization and plans going forward, and that individual that is an involved stakeholder that is essential to us being able to help. At this point, it's not just one department head. I believe there's a couple that are suffering from this, is inconsistent guidance being received from individual board members. And because this board is limited, you do not have the ability to call each other up and be like, is this really what you meant in a meeting? So it is a real handicap of a 3-member board. There's no question about that. But there was certain, recently there were certain plans and vision on prioritization of work. We thought there was general agreement, but then the individuals involved believe they've received different direction, and since they are, like most human beings, concerned about their employment status and paying their mortgage, will listen to what they believe are the individuals that have the ability to fire them at will. Since again, these are generally non-contract and non-unionized individuals. So that's a little bit of frustration. I think, I'll be honest, I share some of the concerns I heard from board member Sauter last week on letting the experts do their job, letting the people that you hire with supposed expertise exercise their discretion under the statutes to perform their jobs in the best way they see fit, and to provide guidance on a macro level, and please defer to the judgment of the people that you employ. And if you're not satisfied with the performance of the department head, hold them accountable on the macro level. But it's causing a breakdown in efficiency, a breakdown in the ability to move forward. And at this point, my civil deputy and I do not have the time to have multiple meetings thinking we have a plan, and then a department head says, no, I was told different by so-and-so, so that's what I'm going to focus on. We don't have time for that. And so we'd love to engage through, and I'm trying to keep it relatively abstract, and that can be difficult. I'm not here to try to cause problems or throw people under the bus in particular, because we can all get thrown under the bus, including myself, for different deficiencies in our performance and personalities. That's just part of being a human. But nonetheless, there are several areas that we have to make more progress on improving. And the issue that we've identified at this point is the inability of the partners that we need to work with in order to progress, feeling they have the independence and security to do that.
I would, if I may.
Go ahead.
Interject. Yes, I believe direction from the board is direction from the board. We need to circle the wagons, you might say. I am getting gravely concerned that things won't be fixed in a timely manner. I was going to bring up today whether we need to, since we can't find a long-range planner, whether we need to think about using the wages we set aside for that long-range planner to hire a consultant until we can find one so that we can actually get something done. It's been a year. We now are crunch time. We had this discussion a month ago, and I don't know that we've really gotten very far in a month. So it's concerning to me that, okay, they checked out. I was actually going to make a motion today. I'm not. I think I'll wait until Thursday, if not next Tuesday, about holding permits for anything over there until we fix the issues at hand. Because I don't want to be blamed for being incompetent and not getting them done on a timely manner. I'm about ready to go that route, but I want to wait to see where we end up Thursday. And hopefully we can get some clear board guidance, direction to put the cattle prod in and get this fixed in a very, very time. That's what I have. It's around the bushes, I think.
Go ahead.
I can turn mine off. Be fine.
I was looking there, so just so you
I guess I will say first, thank you for, I know that's difficult to, and I will say it stings a little, but I think I agree with you. I think we are, I could make all kinds of excuses. We are a board of three. It is difficult for us to like, it is really hard for us, especially right now, to be able to communicate in a way that we are actually all on the same page, where we are actually on the same page. I think many times we think we're all on the same page, but we can't really follow up because we have to do that sitting in here in these chairs, and we do. And I think we are, we're also living in an echo chamber or where we're in a fishbowl right now, where we have folks that are, just paying attention to every syllable we're saying. And I appreciate your righteous indignation, because I share it, as far as for your staff, for your people that you, it doesn't help when people are spreading just out and out lies about things that, which I know to be fact because I was there. I related that earlier. I was in the courtroom you were talking about. I didn't see anything that was, again, folks were sitting at the same table, but there was no collusion that I could see. So I appreciate that. As far as what you're kind of talking about, though, is the board's not doing its job. We're not managing our directors in a way that they either feel supported or able, or they have clear direction, or they feel like they can do what they need to do to be able to do their job without fear of that they're going to run afoul of me or one of my seatmates and stuff. And that's a failure on a management level. And those are our employees. And as I said, it stings a little, but I think the proof is there, because we are really having difficulty moving forward with some stuff that I think we all recognize we need to do. We need to update and get done. So as much as it might hurt, thank you for, kind of ripping the Band-Aid off, I guess. And that's not really your role, and I know you're uncomfortable doing that, but I think it can be your role because it is impacting your department and your folks, or your office. There's the word. Sorry. Okay, there I go again. So, yeah. So.
No, I appreciate that. And I know I'm bringing some negativity a few times in the last couple of months, and it isn't just trying to start a confrontation, but I know it can be somewhat confrontational. And so I apologize if I sometimes get if I go too far, but I can assure you that never mind.
If I may, I think what we usually suffer from is a lack of communication in some way when it goes through a telephone. And unless you put the right people in the right room to get everything done, the telephone gets, and in this instance, I was a part of this one, and I thought I was working based off of our conversations and department heads' conversations, and I thought we were moving all in the same direction, and I see that that's not the case. And so, and I know you have multiple a meeting every week with the department head, so that everybody's on the same page. Maybe what needs to happen is the chair needs to be at that meeting as well. The last thing any of us would ever like to do is make one of our department heads, because I think we're all empowerers, and we want to give our department heads the ability to go out and do what they need to do their job, without ever the fear that we're going to fire them or let them go, or however eloquently you just put that. I don't think that is at all the case in this instance. I think this is truly a lack of communication between all the parties involved. I think you have from all of us, as your equal, we want to work with you to get these things remedied as fast as possible. And from me, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do that. And I'm willing to have meetings. I'm willing to have, if you need all three of us here, we can have workshops, whatever it takes, that, because we need your expertise and your staff's expertise to write these, because I don't feel that the department head feels that they have the expertise when dealing with some of the legalese. And I know that I have multiple department heads that have felt like, you know, we put all this time in and we do all this, and then if you haven't been at the table the whole time, it usually goes to you guys and you're like, well, this is illegal, we can't do this for all these reasons. And that gets a little demoralizing, I think, on our sides as well, is because we're trying to do the best we can, but unless you or Rebecca are there and involved and giving the guidance on what we can and can't do from the get-go, we can spend a lot of time and wasted effort without that being there. And so I think that's kind of the other side of that as well. And it's, you're busy, your staff's busy, everybody is tapped out, but we have things that we got to get done, and we want to be and work with you as a team.
Well, I appreciate that, Chair Anderson. I think the Venn diagram of where we're aligned is significantly larger than the groups without the central area. However, one of the things that you bring up is a suggestion that it would improve the process to become more involved on the more routine or normal interactions on developing on legal consultation and policy advice. To be frank, it seems to be part of the problem. That one commissioner doesn't speak for the county. One commissioner speaks for yourself. And so having one commissioner involved in those meetings is a great way to see how you as a commissioner want to approach things. But that doesn't speak for the county. And that can complicate and delay things for, again, that department head and us, who that your department head will think that is the direction to go, because they don't want to displease you. I think you have a lot of dedicated public servants that are trying their best to please all three of you gentlemen in the best way that they can. And they don't want to run up, you know, they're human beings and they have families and mortgages and all that stuff. So I understand, I think I understand and sympathize with the idea that increasing communication can be effective. But again, I think in this instance where you, unlike the other electeds, myself and the sheriff and so forth, that really have the sole power and discretion to operate their office as they see fit within, of course, the boundaries of the law. And so your participation, although it can be useful for perspectives, especially on projects that are particularly important to you or the constituents of your particular district, but that could also be, you know, part of the problem. And that can be difficult to hear, that and different boards and different counties have different ways of different perspectives and a different way of handling that. But that's when I'll go back to the macro versus the micro, to where this board sits as a board, the legislative authority of the county, the chair of the board is designated by various statutes as the highest elected in the county, and is tasked with having to make emergency decisions and having the ability to sign documents and checks and so forth, and between meetings and so forth. However, when that comes to setting the actual policies and priorities, it needs to come from the board as a whole, whether it's in a meeting or workshop format, because it's really unfortunate. The Open Meetings Act has a lot of good intent, but one of the strong negatives is that I cannot participate in a serial violation of the Open Meetings Act. I can't talk with you and then talk with you to let you know where you guys are thinking and see if we can build a consensus. That's improper. And that can be extremely frustrating when you're trying to build I like to build consensus. I don't, that's how I'd much prefer proceed with consensus to support than just be the bull in the china shop. Not that I haven't had to take on that role before, but it is severe limitation, and we have to acknowledge that. And that's where, Mr. Sauter, you've seen a lot of this, and when boards can really disintegrate into true incompetence. And I'm not going to name any.
For the
counties or-
record, not here. I've never seen it here. And I don't plan on seeing it here. But yes, I have witnessed it in other places.
But you only have 9 months to go. But,
Yes, yeah.
And a lot of that, I agree. This board makes a decision that should be the last until this board changes that decision. And anybody representing ideas outside of this room should be carrying forward that board decision, even if they voted no on it. If that's the board's decision, that's the board's decision. But I also think for this preparation phase, that it would be good if you could block out a little bit of time on Thursday.
Dan, your thing's still off.
No, sorry. And hopefully we can address some of that.
Yeah, I can make myself available upon request. Of course, my schedule is not dependent on yours.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Right. And so some Thursdays can be difficult because it is a pretty productive day for me also. I'm always happy to follow up. I'm always happy to speak individually in perhaps a more candid manner. And this is the varnished version.
Well, I'm sure.
I think you three know me well enough at that point.
I'll
I've
attest
heard
to
the
that.
unvarnished version.
Yeah.
I get concerned because that we have some areas that need improvement. We I thought, had a really great game plan in place just as of just 4 weeks ago, and then it just went wildly awry based on individual context. So that was very frustrating. And so you guys were voted by constituents to perform your job. You do it as you see fit. But if the belief is that individual board members need to be involved in the regular decision-making and exercise of discretion in your department heads, what is the point of department heads? So if you got to find people that you trust and that you have confidence, you lay out as you view it the priorities and let them exercise that. And there's going to be occasions when they might not understand that prioritization as accurately as you hope. There's going to be times which they disagree and they might be working on other things. And there's different mechanisms to hold people accountable, the worthwhile evaluations, things like that, that are conducted in executive, not policy discussions, but performance evaluations. But those kinds of things that occur. And we're getting, the amount, the time and concern and consternation being caused by where a plaque is, how wide a parking lot space is, whether the fee schedules are more important than appeal processes, things like that, to where you guys have people that you can trust. And if you don't trust, get rid of them. Or learn to accept, I think and I'm not holding myself out as the ultimate, but I think skilled and knowledgeable manager is that you have to accept that not everyone's going to do everything the way you want.
Do you, based on your thoughts of how far we've made it in 4 weeks, do you think we will make it?
No. I think there was a narrow window to improve some processes that, and to be fair, there's some discussions that maybe I was overconfident in how narrow that window could be. But I think that the delay is like there are things that are eminent, and there was a hope to streamline, clarify, to provide some additional assurances both to county departments and to our constituents on how things will progress once certain challenges come up. It's going to be very difficult to pull that off at this point.
Do you have any kind of a guesstimate on a time frame on how long that's going to take?
It depends how,
I know a lot of factors.
one of the
just
things,
trying to-
opening up particular areas can invite a lot of scrutiny, there'd be a lot of public hearings, and as we know, that there's certain definitely people that want their voice heard, which they have, of course, their voice should be heard. But that doesn't mean they're allowed to hijack the process. That some, kind of being an adult is learning to deal with decisions that are adverse or contrary to what you would wish. Especially in a democratic republic, we elect people to make decisions, and if we don't like it, they're held accountable every 2 or 4 or 6 years. Those bastards with the 6 years. But at least it could be worse. It could be 2 years. So that's campaigning never stops. So that's and I know there's some work being done, some of the fee things that they're, it was pretty clear that we were not complying with their own codes. And so one of the issues of dealing with that is to say, okay, we need to start doing this now, or we need to just eliminate this code and move on. And so that's the general discussion, right? I mean, that's the macro level. Say, we have a provision and two provisions in our code to collect certain fees for projects over an economic threshold. It's not been complied with. And so we either need to get it complied with or eliminate that provision in our code. That's the discussion for you guys. And make that decision.
I think we have
And then
that.
that decision can be implemented.
Right, but we need to make that decision, and we also need to do that in a legal process, in a legal way.
Sure.
And that's what we're asking you and your staff for your help with, so that we don't put ourselves in any liability or jeopardy where things have been written down and done under an old understanding that would have been there since before our time. And we want to remedy that now, and we want to do that so that nobody else can come back and say, well, you did it this way for these guys.
Right.
We are all on the same page, I believe, when it comes to.
Right. And
Well,
I would
I-
add that not only what he said, but up until real recently, I was under the impression we were following it. I was just recently told that we weren't. So that's a new development for me. So yes, if this board needs to make a vote to make sure that we're all on that same page.
Well,
And I would say to that
gotta go through a public
thing
process.
specifically, right, you have to go through a public process. I think there is even right now, listening, there is I don't know that we all have a understand, again, of past, not the future. I think we do. I think we're all on board. Because as far as you saying, I too am under the impression that we were following it in those cases. And I still believe that we were of a sort in that, but it's all again, it gets into those definitions of what do you mean by, because, when we're talking about projects over $1 million that we would charge for, we have reimbursement agreements, we have used those, and we have been reimbursed for any cost beyond staff time. That was always that was the policy.
That's always
But
been
that's
the
not what the
case.
language says. You will charge for everything. Right. And so I think that is the disconnect as far as like what we were doing or what we thought we were doing was not what the language says. And I think, we do need to clean that up. But it isn't that we weren't charging. We were, in my mind, we were and I think there's a policy discussion because I will tell you before, I think to make it clean, yeah, we need to just charge staff time, but it makes me uncomfortable because I do think that I always looked at those reimbursements as things that were extraordinary, that were beyond just your normal course of business that you pay for. But I am willing to, it would be so much cleaner to you just bill everything, you charge everything. So I would say that we weren't not charged, we were just charging for if we needed experts or we needed anything. We needed to, and we have received pay. I know I've seen them where we got reimbursed for those.
Well, there's
So
been partial compliance.
There has been partial compliance. That's, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. It hasn't been that we have ignored it. We just didn't, we as a, we were interpreting, we, meaning us, staff, based on past practice, they thought they were complying to the,
Right, again,
what the
I'm not trying to
direction was.
impute
And that's
Bill,
one of the,
but-
no, and I know you're not, but that is one of those things that we have to be really clear about what's the policy that we're setting as far as, and not get into the, like you say, into the minutia of the, here's the thing, make it work and do it.
Well, and that was a discussion that occurred about 4 or 5 weeks ago. I don't think without a decision being made. And because you guys haven't said whether, are you interested in just keeping the status quo and following the code as we have? Do you want to scrap that and just to continue basically not imposing staff time, which would require a minimum of the code? Or to reopen it and do what, frankly, I think just every other county is doing, is passing on those costs to landowners and developers. So that's that. And so when direction is provided, for example, to come up with a new fee schedule, okay, what is the policy preference that fee schedule is going to reflect? So how is a person supposed to actually know what to do at that point when there hasn't been a decision made by the board? Are we going to continue and tweak what we have, or are we going to scrap it and move forward with the substantial reduction of subsidization? I didn't hear that decision getting made. I heard a discussion where it's acknowledged a need to make that decision. And so the inability or unwillingness to make that decision, and then further guidance from individuals as to particular aspects on the implementation of, for example, fee schedule, now took it away from working on appeals process. So that is a more concrete example of what I was getting at. So that's what you guys get paid the big dollars for. For your part-time job, remind our constituents, your part-time job, that to make these decisions.
Yeah, I just want to say that I support what Commissioner Sauter said, that I do believe that it was always done the way they thought it should be done. So I'm not going against that in any way. It's just now there's a new board, now there's new guidance, now there's a new choice, and I'm willing to go on record with my opinion of which way we go today. I understand we're past that on our schedule, but if it could get something done in the next week before we can make another decision.
Again, you yourself acknowledge usually the necessity to avoid rash decisions and not involving the appropriate stakeholders just a week ago.
Well, this decision hasn't changed for me in a month.
Right. Right.
We'll wait until next Tuesday.
Well, I don't know that but I do, my advice is that we take these, whatever the issue is, and we have the concrete, it's like, we can do it this way, we can do it this way, we can do it this way. What do we think? What are the potential, ups and downs and all that stuff? And then we make a decision, and that's the end of it. We hand off that policy decision to the staff to go implement it, come up with an implementation to implement what the board's decision, because I agree, I don't think we've had those, because again, I don't think anybody's fighting for one thing or the other. I think that we have not really settled it. I think we're there. Right.
My question is, if we decide to bill for everything, including staff time, isn't that the way it's written now?
Right. It would just be
Only on particular projects of a financial threshold that was established 20-something years ago.
Right.
So but that would get us through some of the things that are happening right now.
Well, again,
We
that's
might
the
need to
tweaking.
readdress.
That's the tweaking model of just making a little bit of adjustments, or just asking to consistently apply the code as it exists now.
Still gonna need some
That's the one option that you guys can decide to do. The The other one is to say, what's this $1 million threshold about? We're reducing it. The third is to take a much more comprehensive look and to allow a potential policy decision that the landowners and developers are going to have to pay the cost of processing their permit applications and their plat applications and all these different, especially the SEPA process and everything. And then the planning department will have to think of some baseline numbers of where those reasonable, because the costs have to be reasonable. This isn't a profit-making exercise under our statutes. That it has to reflect the reasonable and actual cost that it takes for processing this stuff. And then formulate a fee schedule with lots of examples in the state of folks that have done that. Those are kind of the three options on that. And another example is how to proceed with utilization of our district courts by the municipalities. I thought there was a very good conversation of food for thought on how to proceed. Either we continue the status quo of heavy subsidization and possible exposure with lack of identification, whether we reinterpret our current code to say, no, we met the case filings, and this is the higher number that you need to start paying. Or third, to scrap our current provision in our code and negotiate directly a new relationship as to what services are provided. And then ultimately fourth, which I don't think anyone's looking to do, is say, we're not providing these services, and to cut the county staff time and judicial salary to account for the reduction of utilization. Again, in no way am I advocating for that. I never heard anyone from the board, but that's a decision you can make. And so, getting, a request as to go over that again, you guys have the options. You guys need to sit in a room and figure out which one you want to go for.
Yeah, except it's sit in this room right now.
Right.
Or something like this. So it's, I would love to sit in a room and figure this all out.
That's what I'm talking about right now in this
I
room.
know, I know.
So I can understand how they'd be taken out of context, but that's certainly not what I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about backroom deals. I'm talking about you guys need to figure out what to do, make a decision on that, and then proceed how to implement. Because the discussion was left that, well, the chair is going to talk to the different cities. Okay, did the board actually make a decision as to what exactly it's supposed to be talking about, or is it just informal discussions of how much more are they willing to pay, and then we'll go back and you bring that information to the table, and then the board makes a decision on how you want to proceed. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of similar with the planning process.
Well, I think that, in that instance, yeah, we were still in the phase of getting all the necessary information, seeing where the people lie. That's why you were talking to the judges, and we were all going to get together and figure out, and we hopefully get an opinion from you on your interpretation of what's currently written there and what it should be based on that. And then that would then give us the opportunity to make that decision. Are we going to stick with your interpretation? Just send the bills to them as it's interpreted by you as our attorney, and then go that way? Or do we need to start and open it up and renegotiate?
Well, apparently there was miscommunication, because I thought it was clear, and I apologize if I wasn't. The current way of interpreting our code is to say total filings, and that's the way we've been doing it, and the numbers accurately reflect that decision. The second way is to say, no, what was meant, contrary to the historical practice of 20 years, but what we actually meant was the filings of criminal cases, and then divide the proportion based on the criminal files. That was just a suggestion of how we could possibly work with the current code to increase the revenues, but it is by far the least attractive route. Because again, it's been 20 years of saying, well, we understand the code to say this. So we can try that. The cities ultimately, they have, let's be candid, little recourse. They have no right to this service. They should not have an expectation that the service is provided, especially at the cost that they've been paying. And I think all three municipalities of varying degrees are cognizant of the incredible level of subsidization that they've received. I think when you have the candid conversations, when they understand some of the, what's going on, they're like, oh yeah, okay, you finally got us. So that, again, that was that second option. The third is to say this code provision that we have, that we've been using the bill, let's just get rid of. And then that would open it up to the direct negotiation, say, well, what do you want to pay us? This is a $200,000 service. How much are you going to pay us? That's one way to do it. Again, that opens that up to a lot of, potential personalities getting in the way of different possible inconsistencies over the year. With the board composition changes, the city council compositions change, things like that. Fundamentally, the county has immense leverage, though, because I don't think anyone's, from my understanding, I don't think it's being contemplated that they're going to pay dollar for dollar the cost of providing the services. Maybe, maybe not. That's ultimately for you guys to decide. And then that last resort, the kind of the nuclear option is to say, you guys have been hosing us long enough. You figure out, you find your own judge, your own public defenders, your own system of calling jurors, your own courtroom, your own bailiff, your own security, your own court clerks, and you figure it out.
Is your legal interpretation or your legal opinion that the best way to go about that would be option 2? Of what you just gave us?
No, we have a poorly written, fortunately, many of our ordinances are poorly written. And it is subject to multiple interpretations, and we've been interpreting a certain way.
So we should
Through
rewrite
no
it.
fault of your current clerk, and I don't think the prior clerk. I think that's going on for 3 clerks now, that this is how it was understood to work. That was the billings that were submitted. And the conversations I've had, the judges never really looked into it. They thought the board was looking into it. The board obviously hadn't really been thinking about that. And I've quietly said things to board members in the past, but when I start losing investigators and so forth, I get a little more interested in identifying revenue sources that are being untapped. And this is a huge one. So to me, it's probably the least attractive option is to say, is just to change how we're interpreting. I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
I have trouble reading your legal opinion sometimes, which is why I'm asking for more guidance.
But this is about politics and money.
Yeah, and I would say too, is I don't want to put the prosecutor in the position of, what we're talking about is a policy decision.
Right.
It's not a legal, as far as from I'm interested as far as from
All of those are defendable, is what you're saying.
To varying degrees, correct. It's a policy decision based on political relations within municipalities, the need for revenue, their ability to absorb demands for revenue, all those factors.
I just didn't want to do one step over the other if it would be harder to.
It's the exact same thing as the $1 million.
Right.
We've been interpreting it for
Right.
20 years a certain
way, right?
And we've in essence created a de facto policy because
Right.
that's the way we've done it.
Right.
And it needs cleaned up and cleared up.
Right. But we always, like all of it, whether it's the appeal process too, is like the reason we need clarity in our land use appeal process is because it is scrutinized now. It isn't that we didn't understand it before. We did it a certain way, but it can be interpreted. It's kind of ambiguous. And, you don't want that. We need it as clear and unambiguous as possible, because then you don't have all this gray area that they're like, well, you didn't follow your process. It's like, well, that's not what it said. Well, it says that, but what does that really mean? And that's like, as long as everybody agrees, you can have really vague, for everything, because it's like, as long as everybody that's always been involved with it understands what it means, who cares? It doesn't really matter what it says. This is what we interpret it to mean, and that's what we've always done. But that's not true anymore. And that's why it's really important to clean that up, because it's
heightened areas of conflict and disagreement.
We do.
And we have policies and procedures and codes that are that we've put forward positions and we believe they're defensible, but it's, and
open
I'm
to
not gonna-
interpretation.
Correct. And we could rectify some of that.
Right.
If the policy decisions were made and it was left to, the stakeholders to draft that, present the options to implement the policy. But you got to figure out the policy.
So I suggest next week.
You want to utilize hearing examiners more or not?
Right. That's the is that fundamental, where the policy decision of the board in past boards has been no. We don't. That's our job. We should do it if we can. That was those were different boards, those were different times. That discussion needs to be had now with this board and the current circumstances in the situation where it is, in the past, yes, I was always supportive of, we hear our own appeals because that's my job. And it's kind of like it's your peers where you have, Mr. Smith is coming in to his elected, folks, and he's going to present his case, and Mr. Jones is going to do his. We act as the jury basically, and or in this case, it's actually staff, it's administrative that we're reviewing. That's not what's happening now. These are professional, these cases are being argued by attorneys, trained attorneys, and I don't know.
Attorneys with expertise, with the anticipation there'll be judicial review.
Exactly.
Multiple levels of judicial review.
Right.
And there must be a record that is created, that is consistent, the application of the law to the facts is defensible, the procedure is defensible,
Right.
and it's not just a kangaroo court conducted to pacify political bullies.
Right. And I will say that any of them that I have participated in the past, a SEPA appeal and stuff in my thing as board, nobody ever appealed though. I mean, it really was the old, where it was the neighbor was upset about something. They came in, they presented their side. We talked about it. The board ultimately made a decision. Everybody was like, okay. And then life went on.
Right.
That doesn't
we have
happen
things
anymore.
To fix, because in the same regard, I still have a note on my page that the next time we do a contract for a hearings examiner, there's issues in the contract that we need to fix. So, like I said, I think next Tuesday when we can make decisions again, we need to plan for a late day and get some of these decisions made and on the record so that staff can go forward with the board's decision.
So, no, I mean, this is a conversation we've been needing to have for a while. I think it's been building, and we've been truly needing to have this conversation so that we can set the direction. For example, with regards to that, can we create it so that we can use hearings examiners if we feel it's necessary and it looks like it's going to be lawyers fighting lawyers? Or can we just send it through the regular process, like if it was a SEPA appeal and it's neighbor fighting neighbor or something, that it would then go in front of us? But then with the way it's set up, the way I see it right now is what's ever going to go in front of the Board of Adjustment?
I think it's a dollar value.
Can you do that by dollar value? I don't know. That would be my question for you.
Well, the Board of Adjustment, the SEPA doesn't go with the board.
I know, but so like in a normal CUP, right? If there's no SEPA appeal, it goes to the Board of Adjustment. Under a regular situation, with how Mochi interprets it, the SEPA appeal would go to the county commissioners. But because it's all combined, it would be the SEPA appeal and us voting on that decision. And so so the question is we all know through planning over the last 20 years, everything gets stopped by the SEPA appeal.
Well,
So you always appeal the SEPA.
When you have the combination of the CP with the SEPA, those are not your routine neighbors building a barn situation.
Right, that's what I said, there's a dollar for it.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know neighbors that are going to spend a lot of money to fight that barn.
Right, yeah. There's different ways of doing that, but
Yeah.
And so that, there are things that if you envision and strengthen and lay out the process and procedures for utilization of a hearings examiner, doesn't mean you have to utilize the hearing examiner in each and every case. That decision is still vested in the board. And so there'll be certain standards and traditions probably be used that if a bunch of lawyers are showing up arguing about multi-million-dollar projects, you probably want to get an expert on land use law to sit in as a hearings examiner and that's familiar with the rules of evidence and the legal procedures that will be scrutinized by, again, judges that are trained in the law and are employed to scrutinize the records that are presented to them. Right.
I agree 100%. And I thought, that's kind of what we did the first time. It's just our apparently code wasn't strong enough or we're gonna find
Well,
out
we're
really
not
shortly if
conceding
it was.
that. Again, we're not conceding that at any
It's strong
point.
enough, we're just strengthening it.
Yeah,
But there's always the opportunity for clarification to avoid potential for unnecessary litigation and the possibility of adverse results in the future.
absolutely. With that, is there anything else? I'm thinking we would like to have a conversation, whether at workshop or next Tuesday, on all of these topics. And we can't do it this Thursday, correct? Because we can't change the agenda for the workshop and add to it.
Yes, you can.
Walk-ins.
Discretion of time in the afternoon or your pending issue review.
Yep.
I'm just,
Yeah, I think with, as long as the understanding is we're not gonna make any decisions without going through. Right, but this is exactly what
This
we
is a
need,
pending
is that
issue.
we need to.
would you be
to flesh it
available at
out.
10 o'clock on Thursday?
I think it's afternoon.
It says 10 to 11 on what I'm looking at right now.
I believe I am.
Okay, I'm just if you can get back to us, but I think that would be great, and we can have some department heads down here and we can talk about all of these, but I think,
That way, if we decide on something, you can,
It might be wise to focus on particular areas so you don't have a room full of
Right.
department heads that all want to have a say in things that don't directly affect them or are having their time consumed waiting for discussions that don't relate to them.
I would and maybe it's because I'm old and tired that I need to focus on just at least one area, like if it's gonna be land use,
Right.
like the appeal fee schedule, that I could, I'll do whatever the board wants to do, but I would agree. I think it's really hard. We want to just, get in but we do that. And then we, like you said, we'll end up with everybody in here and then
Not that I'm trying to discourage getting perspectives. I think that was a valuable lesson the board learned on the chat function, is that you heard one
don't know what you're talking
perspective,
about.
principally from my perspective, but there wasn't the allowance for other perspectives that could potentially vigorously disagree. You don't want to put yourself in that situation again, certainly.
so I guess getting back to it though, do you think we have the time, if we have a meeting on Thursday, that we could deal with the hearings examiner appeals and get some direction, consensus on where we direct our staff to go, and we can still get it done in time? Or does that ship sailed and we need to focus on the
It's going to
fee
be
side?
difficult, but it needs to get done regardless. So even if the process, the public process, the comments, then, and again, it's not a pro forma public process. It needs to be substantive to actually be willing to adjust and make it and so forth. That even if one application comes in under the current rules, will continue to be processed under the current rules, but if the time is spent, even if the timeframes don't align perfectly, there's going to be more. Everyone knows that.
Well, and couldn't you, in that circumstance too, where again, we're not conceding that
Not conceding anything.
anything.
Right.
And to me, if we are clarifying, if we're in the process or have done that, even if that just adds weight to me that we have, this is how we interpreted it before. We've clarified that, and that would just strengthen
Just
our.
in case someone's confused about what we're doing,
Right.
We're going to spell out
Exactly.
that anyone in any reading comprehension is able to comprehend.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think there's value it would be great if it was before, but I think there's value, as you said, even after, just to add clarity, and then also for future ones where there's absolutely no question.
Right.
Oops. I missed it. You go. Yeah, I got it.
I believe so.
yeah, if he thinks that we are good the way we're at, but could be better the other way, then I won't throw a wrench into the system.
Okay. Did you still want to have an executive session, Mr. Christopher?
I would like to know what happened yesterday, but if it's nothing exciting, then I don't need to know.
Tuesday, I think, or
A
yesterday.
week from now. yesterday, you had a court case yesterday. And I was curious,
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
or Tuesday, sorry,
Last week.
under case.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
haven't,
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to, but I want to be respectful
I
of.
mean, that's fine.
well, that's what I said, I don't know that you have anything to really tell us either, so I would leave that to
Because
you.
obviously no decisions were made yet, so.
No, I mean, again, if you want to have, that's one of the few exceptions under the Open Meetings Act is that on pending and threatened litigation, we can have open and very candid discussions in executive.
Would you like to have that right now, sir? Or are you good? I mean, because nothing has been decided. Up to you.
It's late, I leave it to anybody else if they have an issue, I can wait.
We've just a couple
Oh, you
minutes.
got a lawyer and a politician talking, it's almost 5 now. I'm not even paid by the hour.
And he's not
All
paid by the
And I don't know that we have ever had a short executive
Yeah,
session,
okay.
so it's probably best to hold.
Okay.
Maybe
I'll
defer
wait.
a week.
I'll
Okay.
defer.
We can defer. Do you have anything else for us, good sir?
No, there's 55 minutes to a martini in my hand, but right, other than that, nothing.
What was that, sir?
At home.
I would love a motion, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting until 9:05 on Thursday for the scheduled workshop.
With a note, I will add an amendment that we will be on the radio that morning. as well.
Oh, yeah, are we? Yeah,
Yep.
we are. We're on Thursday.
I would second that
Yeah.
motion with the amendment.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting until Thursday morning with a note that we will be on the radio at 8:05. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you all who stuck it out.